What's good Wednesday? We're back. We have a fantastic stacked show for you guys today, with some fantastic stacked guests. Lady B's here with me to start with, and what are you up to, Lady B? What's going on with you?
Oh my goodness, it's been so crazy with gardening season. I just had crazy wedding planning day. We did a wedding tasting. I started the day with a greenhouse tour for 40 second graders. That was wild. And then we did wedding tasting. We looked at some of the areas around. We're going to do like a welcome picnic and stuff, so we got to check some of that out and look at like places to get flowers and stuff. So it was pretty crazy.
Good. Well, I'm glad you made it today. And so, you always do this. Like, you are, even if you're tired or not feeling well, you always show up for the stream. And so I always appreciate that. But if if you're not feeling it, if ever, let me know and I'll give you a pass.
It keeps me young.
It does, for sure. Speaking of staying young forever, Gerry's here.
Hey, I almost didn't recognize your voice. You sounded so much better.
You do.
Thanks, man. It's coming along. It's coming along. It was actually better yesterday, but day by day, right? And let's not leave our.
I know, yelling at the kids and the wife.
No, you don't. If you yell, you've already lost. Right?
Yeah, you've already lost.
Sure. Let's get to our guest of honor tonight, the one, the only, the great Kamran Pasha.
Yay,
Hey everyone. So good to be back on. It's been at least a couple of months since I've been here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Since Lady Balefire joined us, so this is great.
Very excited to be here.
It's been way too long. So it was. This is the first time I took a chance at covering like a weekly show every week. Try that. That was Shogun. Fantastic show. Finale was a bit of a not what I hoped for, but the rest of the show, best show I've seen this year, I think. And then I had pneumonia and strep throat. I couldn't talk for a couple of weeks at all. So I had to cancel that. But now we're back on track. A great panel. We have other guests coming tonight as well. And we have some cool topics. Let's say hi to the chat first. We got Cajun Corey here. What's good, peeps? Thank you, Cajun Corey. With your member chat. Member chats are all, you always use your member chats, guys. Please make sure you use those. Got Jenna Banana. What's up, Jenna? Dempsey. This is what we've been training for. Yes, this is it, boys. Buckle up. Gemma Lama. Timescales is here. Got Dempsey. Cheers, Dempsey. Aragorn. Yes. One of our emojis is Aragorn. Roman. Good to see you, Roman. Subtle Deviancy. What's up? Cannoli.
Roman, he's a fellow veteran of mine. Yeah, buddy of mine. I love
Navy.
Roman.
Yeah, he's fantastic. He just got an early bedtime. He's got to catch that Denny's special early bird seniors dinner. So
old guy food. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Coffee at lunch vibes.
Yes, absolutely. Heath's Geek First. I think you're new here. Great to see you. Coming on, and we've got 46 people already watching. It looks like, mostly on YouTube, which is great. We have the main event here, Cameron, so that helps. And plus Lady B and Gerry and I probably bring the show down a bit.
Everyone's here for the lady, man. Let's be honest here, okay?
She is awesome.
Let's be honest.
Dragon Ruse.
I know, right there, like right in Santa Monica, like paradise.
We got there.
My girlfriend, Anima.
Hey, Anima.
Oh, Anima.
Oh, hey, Anima. And Gerry gave me your regards. I want to send them back to you.
There you go.
See, baby, I didn't lie. I was going to do it.
Nope.
There's U.S. Dutch Kitty, always wonderful.
And also, before we leave tonight, I want to get back to it, but there was people who've messaged me on Twitter asking if you're back on Twitter because they missed your Twitter that much. And I know you're probably not doing it, Cameron, but
no. I mean, I'd like to, but it looks like, for before Musk, I was removed from Twitter for no explanation, right?
Yeah.
Posting spam, which is their standard. Just got to get rid of you for some reason. I have my theories because right after I posted several things about Lucasfilm, I was pulled. So I think certain people called certain people and got it done, right? But I thought I was going to get back on when Musk came on, and not only did I not get back on before his regime, I would every 3 or 4 months I would send a please look at my account and reinstall it, and I would get a we have looked over your account and you have violated blah 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 without whatever the blah blah blah. So I would get that standard response. After Musk took over, I did that again, and guess what? I got a new response, different. It was we have looked over your account and we will never restore it. So stop asking. Literally, that's what I got.
Wow.
That was my response. We will not restore it.
So you might-
So please, and we will not respond any further to your request. That's after Musk. So I was like, all right. Okay, thank you, Elon.
But he's fired more people since then. So I wish you would try.
I tried actually a couple of, because I'm persistent. I tried a couple of times and I got that stance. So it's a new automated response to certain troublemakers, but literally like, please stop asking. We're not going to restore it. I got that same exact worded response. So it's a new jerk off response. Whatever.
That's annoying.
It is.
William.
We miss
good to
you on
see
there.
you. Yes, we do. We do.
There's
Firesight's
nothing
here.
worse than not being able to tag you and shit.
Nos is here. As always. Good to see you, Nos. And so what I told the people that messaged me was, I said, like, I talked about your Patreon and said it's excellent value and they can message you there if they need to in the meantime. So I shilled for you. So thanks, Cameron.
I very much appreciate that. And yes, the Patreon still, I think, providing value. So it's nice.
He's a fantastic, you have a fantastic Patreon. So you put out 4 stories in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
And for me, this is the first time I've heard any of them. So you were ahead of the curve on these.
Well, and hopefully some of them were just reports of that's in the news, but hopefully I brought some unusual commentary. And then what's great about the Patreon community is that there's so many people in the group who are very smart, who bring perspectives I hadn't thought of in the comments, right? So yeah.
Paulie, what's up, Paulie? Good to see you.
Hey,
Oh, yeah.
Paulie.
Mike loves cats.
I like all the cat lovers in the chat. Like we have Dutch Kitty, Mike loves cats.
Subtle, that's a great question.
Better than my
Cat
show.
people.
We get a bunch of monkeys, War Monkey. What's the other one? Monkey Jeebus.
Monkey
Always
Jeebus.
hanging out in my chat.
I've met him in person. He's fun.
I
Yeah.
love monkeys. He's great.
He's fun.
But he says some absurd shit. Like he said, John Wick used gun kata today. I'm like,
Oh,
no,
Okay.
no gun kata.
no gun kata.
So yeah, good question, Subtle, because you get sidelined and suspended all the time. All the time.
Look,
But you're still there. So
I look, I crossed streams with the wrong person and that person got higher up in the food chain that they just don't want to deal with it. That's all. Whenever whoever reviewed it said, oh, it's this person that asked that he be banned, I just don't want to deal with it. And I think that person is Miss Kennedy herself. Like, it's just too high up. It's somebody's like, it's like, okay, you know what? I don't want the hassle of going up against her and then her calling Twitter and I get fired. So just keep them off.
yeah, true. Like if you don't want it back, there's no leverage against you. So
Yeah, I mean,
that's
I'm moving
always
on.
nice.
Life goes on.
This is for Subtle.
Did we lose sound here?
I have
You're
no idea.
muted.
Oh, is that better?
Yeah, you were doing.
Okay, yes. Welcome, Yellow. Sorry, I was muted. I muted myself. That's my bad. But welcome aboard, Kayla. Thanks for coming.
I'm late, but I'm here. Yoga
Great.
went overtime, so
Wait, have we been on before? I don't think we've been on together, Kel, before.
No,
no.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
this is the first time she's been on here
Yeah,
with us. So
that's why I had to like brush my hair and change my shirt because I couldn't come on in yoga clothes on here. I'm like, let me be presentable human being. So
I mean,
And I
you
don't think
could
I've
come in
ever
with yoga
met you
clothes, but
either,
okay.
Khaleesi. I don't think I've ever
it's
met you.
just no, it's it's the last time I streamed, it was a Song of Ice and Fire stream. So
Oh.
yeah, but
Nice.
Kayla, that's my nickname.
Look out, Lady B. There's a snake. Next.
I
oh,
know,
no,
right?
cat.
Cats. Like we were talking about cats in the chat. Cats. This is Team Cats over here.
I got like 3 running around here everywhere, knocking
Aw.
everything down. So you're gonna hear like books falling, everything.
We love chaos here,
Good
so
night,
that's all
Anima.
good.
Yeah.
Good night, Anima. I love
If
you.
you don't
Chaos is the
mind.
ladder.
Kayla, yes, it is. Since it's your first time here, can you tell the people on the panel in the chat little bit about yourself, what you work on, whatever you feel comfortable sharing.
What do I work on? What do I do? Okay, so originally I worked in a comic store for 14 years. Still in there now, not full time. I ended up doing press at comic conventions for quite a few years and worked all different aspects of comic conventions. And then I started editing comic books for Death Curse Comics. There I began doing interviews there. And that's how I met Joe and Sean. And pretty much, yeah, I started working with Joe later on down the line. Ended up on his show on Appreciating Comic Book Art, which was on Tuesdays. Now it's on Mondays, and we talk about comic book art. And yeah, now I wrote a supplemental story for him. So that's it pretty much.
Awesome.
Long story short.
So I sense a
Exciting.
comic book theme here. I sense this is a bit of a persistent theme in your life. That's okay.
Well, I have many different themes in my life. Life
this
is
is where
not
you-
linear. So yeah, I'm definitely a comic book nerd and a book nerd. But then I'm very versatile. I have different aspects of my life as well. But
Have
that's
you
what
read
most
the,
people know me of for here.
Have you read the Song of Ice and Fire comics or graphic novels?
I can pull them all off my shelf.
I know. I just started. I
They're
moved.
okay.
Yeah, I moved out here in last July, and I stopped at the George R. R. Martin's bookstore, and I got some of the Night of Seven Kingdoms one.
Mm-hmm. That's actually better than I think any of the ones that he did for any of the things from A Song of Ice and Fire, to be honest. I think for me, it's very hard to adapt his books into a comic book form.
Yeah.
It's very hard just because of how beautiful he writes. It kind of gets lost in translation in a lot of the comics. And then personally, I like the format of how like Fire and Blood was done with the artwork intertwined in that. I would rather.
Yeah, I
have
like that too.
And when he did the Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I love Gary Gianni's artwork. I actually just picked up, you'll appreciate this. If you like this, you'll appreciate this. Hold on.
Holding.
I like her style.
Yes.
I have to dig in a pile here because I have crap everywhere, and I keep saying I'm going to get things organized, and I don't. So I just have not had time. I was just finished school to become a yoga instructor. So,
Oh, cool.
all right, you'll appreciate this. So this is a first
Ooh.
printing
Wow.
of this sketchbook
Wow.
for A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. Yes, absolutely gorgeous.
That's-
Wow.
Were
love
those
the
illustrations in the book, right?
Oh my god, absolutely like the most gorgeous stuff. So
That is
yeah,
so good.
there's-
Oh yeah, that's the book art. I love that.
yeah, all of it, but it's in,
It's so good. I really
Yeah.
enjoyed that.
yeah. I'm hoping they won't butcher it. I'm always kind of, if it's just absolutely gorgeous. If
That's
you're
really
into this
neat.
stuff, I'll have to add you, and we can definitely chat because I'm huge. I'm like in the land of always winter right now, waiting for House of the Dragon to come back on, even though
yeah.
I'm not too happy with some of the things that I'm hearing.
Really? Me too. I definitely like the local anti. I'm like, you guys, as an adaptation, it's really not that good.
I was
Like,
just about
as
to
a
say that.
Don't get me started.
She's not a fan
Feelings
of
about
season one.
this.
So I've got something. I don't think I've ever revealed this on my Patreon or YouTube. So I'll share with you something which I don't know. If
Yeah.
I don't believe it's publicly announced.
As I said, my cat just knocked down a stack of tarot cards. But
Before you come on, we established that the chat loves cats, so it's all good. This is a very environment. But no, so this is something that that because you just showed us, the Night of the Seven Kingdoms sketchbook, and you're into the comics of all this. So I don't know. I'm pretty sure this has not been announced publicly, but I've read the script. HBO is developing an animated show that is an offshoot off
Animated.
of House of the Dragon, animated.
Yeah,
I've
for-
read the script and
for-
I've seen the visuals.
is it for Corliss Valerian?
No, what it is
It's
is
What is it for?
this is there may be others. The one that I've read, it's a very good friend of mine who's working directly with George on this. They hang out and shared a lot of interesting George stories.
Oh, we need to be friends.
He's a
There
big
you go.
he's a big Marvel screenwriter. He's written some of the most successful Marvel movies. So he was brought on to this, and he's the only one to survive because multiple people came in to pitch George, and George just shut all of them down. He's the only one that came in. Apparently, he challenged George when George started getting like, you don't understand my work. He actually, instead of getting afraid and cowed, he challenged him, and George liked that, and they went through the process. And so the script, again, I don't want to reveal stuff that he hasn't revealed publicly because it's been announced, but it is basically upstairs, downstairs of the of House of the Dragon. It is the story of other people that are doing the events that we saw in season 1. Other people, the gold cloaks, other characters that we didn't see. What's happening while those other events are happening? How are they dealing with those things and the adventures that they're on while some of the other major events? But what it is,
so small folk. I'm team small folk, team dragon. So
Me too. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
you guys are saying, but there's crossover. There's crossover between the major characters. You actually see some of the actual events that we saw.
That's interesting.
When our characters collide into them, the animation is unlike anything I've seen. It's very different. It's very unique. And so I'm wishing him luck. He's working on the latest draft. So it's the last draft that I read was incredible.
Is it like a full-on TV show, or is
it's an HBO show? It's a show. It's a show.
Will the episodes be half an hour or an hour?
The script that I read was about 30 minutes long, so we've been doing shorter. Yeah. I mean, again, that may change in the next draft he's doing, but that's what I read.
That's neat.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. I want to interview him.
I love House of the Dragon. I think it's a great show.
I want to interview him.
Well, let him get him permission. I don't want to get him fired from the project, right? Let
when he's all said and done.
Yeah.
Most people on this panel have my email. I'll put it in the private chat. You can email me. When I tell you who this person is, you'll immediately at least recognize his credits. They're very significant. And
You'd be surprised what I don't recognize.
It's a well-known Marvel movie.
I'm such a book person and such a comic book person that certain things, like as far as like movies go or television shows, I get lost with it. I'm able to enjoy things, but it's I get so lost with that realm because I'm a book. I could pull like books off the shelf, like a copious amount of books and comics. Like I could pull long boxes out for days. But with movies and TV shows, Gooch will tell you, I'm not great with like directors, producers, unless I'm just not good with that stuff.
Well, the rest of the panel and most of the chat will recognize these movies. And this person's a very good friend of mine. And selfishly, look, I'm hoping I've talked about it with him. If his show gets a full green light to series, like, he's like, I want to hire you. I'm like, oh yeah. You mean like you and me and George? And like, oh yeah, I'll do that. Right.
My goodness.
Let's wish you in that place.
Wow, that would be awesome.
That would be like a dream come true for me. If I ever got a job like that, I would be so overwhelmed. I wouldn't know what to do with myself.
So I hope I didn't jinx him. He watches a lot of these YouTube, so he might be like, hey, I didn't give you permission to talk about that. So I'm sorry, I'm like getting nasty, but I didn't reveal the name and
no names, no anything.
Yeah. So you guys, so it should still be fresh news when it's announced.
So
nice.
Is this the book you wrote a supplemental story for?
So this is Joe Sontag's campaign for Reaper Destroyer, and it's still going. He hit his goal. That right there is the Dale Keown cover, which it's I want to say that one there. The second one there is his wraparound cover, colored, and then he has it in black and white underneath. So this is his series, which it just got done with the lettering process, and it's in like the final edits and proofs for everything. It's phenomenal. I've been blessed to be able to work on this project, and that Joe entrusted me and my crazy ideas and had so much belief behind me. This is another variant cover for this project by Shelby Robertson, another phenomenal artist. And this is the cover to the supplemental book here.
Oh, cool.
Yes. So, and Joe did that cover. So Joe is basically, he's working many different hats on this book. He's editor, he's writer, he's creator. He's the artist. He's done everything with this project. This project is his passion project, his heart and soul. Definitely very heavily inspired by the 90s, but it has sci-fi, conspiracy, dark fantasy elements in it. It is, I don't want to talk too much about it because I've read the full story and I don't want to spoil it right now. And I'm so tired, I might. So I know I just have to. But yes, it's definitely worth backing. It's absolutely amazing. And this is the interiors for the main book. So yeah, you can scroll down and this is the new letters that he has up.
Wow.
Oh.
That is very impressive.
Yeah, Joe is absolutely phenomenal. He is a beast of an artist. He's heavily inspired by artists from the 90s. So you see that.
Yeah, I was getting like old
artistic
X-Men
style.
kind of feel.
Yeah, he's Mark Silvestri is one of his favorites. Definitely, like some people say, they can see some like Todd McFarlane vibes. But if you're thinking that this is a book like Spawn, it's not. It's not anything like Spawn.
I
If
really
you're
like
thinking
that design. That's cool.
yeah, everything he does is incredible.
Zax, can you put a link to this in the chat so everyone can maybe purchase it? Is it still available to invest in?
Yeah, it's still up. It's still up and running. He did take down some of the tiers, but it's still up and running.
Done and done in the chat. There it is.
I'm gonna click that link. Great.
And also, Cameron, your Patreon link is pinned to the top of the chat.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. And all your stuff, all of you, is in the description already. So I'm actually prepared today, which is
Yeah, I forgot to even send you the the link to it.
to this.
Yes, I forgot to send the link to the book when I was messaging earlier. But yeah, it's an absolutely gorgeous book.
It's so pretty. Like I'm just like it's interesting to see it like small because it gives you a different perspective on this. And this guy has this really great like compositional sense. Like every page has like that he's showing here has like movement.
Yes.
It's very awesome, and the way that he uses colors is like really, really nice.
So the colorist, Dave Kemp did the colorist on this. Is the colorist on this book?
Oh, okay. I forget that there's like everyone does the things like there's different jobs for everyone in comic book arts. It's interesting.
Yeah, well, Joe, he does ink too. He's inked some of this project. He has a ton of different inkers on this project. Like he has Chance Wolfe, he has Joe Weems, Marlo Alquiza. I can never pronounce his name. Matt Bat Banning. Yeah. Eric Weathers is who is lettering this project. Kyle Ritter did some of the colors on this project too. This here is part of the supplemental story. So each of us wrote a 10-page supplemental story. And this is Joe just playing writer. So for this supplemental story here, his 10-page story, he is basically fleshing out another character and giving you more insight or a background into some of the characters that are featured in
There you
the book.
go.
Well, she's not naked. This is my story here. She's definitely not naked. We just covered it because of Indiegogo, so it won't get banned. But Fabio Sameo did the art for this story here, and this is a story about his villainess character, Vanessa. I forgot to mention Oliver Isabedra did the artwork on Joe's portion of the supplemental. So yeah, and it's very, and I will tell you, writing another person's character is not easy.
I can imagine, yeah.
It's not easy. I felt like I love Joe, so it's very easy. Joe's like one of the brothers I've never had in my life, and so it's very hard when you have someone that believes in you so much, but also because I was a fan of the Ash Can of his work. That's like kind of how we met, and I ended up on Akba and being on there. I had interviewed him about the Ash Can that he had for this particular book. So it's very tough to write another person's character because I'm such a purist with things. I was bothering him like 24 hours a day, asking him 80,000 questions about everything. I wanted things to be accurate. I wanted things to sync up with her portrayal in the main book. I wanted to be respectful as possible. Obviously, writing it in my style, but I wanted things to match up completely to how he sees the character, how he defines that character. Because that's something that I find that is a problem nowadays when people get their hands on a project or get to write for a particular character, they kind of change that character and it becomes like something so far away from what it was intended to be.
Right.
So it was very hard. It was very hard because you want to be respectful. So, Jay.
Yes,
Gooch
welcome, Jay.
down there. Jay's definitely heard me stress out over 50,000 times, I'm sure, over me losing my mind.
I'm letting you roll. You were doing well. I was letting you roll.
And Gary's also a comic artist and
quiet,
comic artist. So we got a lot of talent here, not me. I can't draw. Like, no, my handwriting's bad, so I can't draw anything that looks like anything. So you guys got all that talent.
I don't draw. I just write and edit things. I get to tell people that draw that they suck and to redraw something. So, but this is how you redraw it.
So welcome, Jay. Gooch. We're just covering heavy metal on your channel.
Yep. A lot of fun.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me again. I guess I'm a staple here, but talking on Joe's book, this should be like $500,000 in sales. Like this book is amazing. Like Kayla said, there's like a lot to it. If you think it's a 90s throwback, it's not like Spawn, it's not like The Darkness, it's got its own take. It's a very deep story. There's a lot of depth to this. The character, like some of the sequences in there are amazing. The dream sequence is my favorite page. It's like Joe has a vision and he's rolling with it and he's doing an incredible job with it. Like I'm honored to be one of the people to proofread it with Kayla and Sean and stuff like that. So like Joe is like a brother to us, and like I'm really proud of him. And I would love for people to buy this book and like push it like over 100,000 because he deserves it. Hardworking guy. And Kayla has a beautiful story in there as well. She did her 10-page, and she I've been able to hear her talk about her story a little bit, not much, but she's incredibly talented as well. Don't undersell yourself, Kayla. You got a gift for writing. And so if you want something that's an amazing artwork, amazing story, a lot of depth, there's going to be a lot coming in the future with it. Go buy Reaper Destroyer, Joe M. Sontag. Check out his YouTube channel. Check out his Twitter. And go on Indiegogo because this is worth the buy. Let me tell you, you won't regret it. So,
yep. I mean, it's. I mean, without spoiling anything, I will just say like the main character, he's pretty much dealing with PTSD. I mean, this is known. This is things that Joe's has talked about.
Yeah.
And pretty much he is in a struggle with an ancient spirit of death over a supernatural suit of armor, you can say. And there are warring factions that are going on in the world, in the universe that they live in. And they make themselves known. And I'll leave it at that. So, and basically it's kind of, everyone has to work together in a way. And you have to see how it works out. It's not going to be like anything you think. I mean, I pointed out to Joe, there is a lot of dark fantasy elements. Like Joe is like, no, I'm like, no, there's dark fantasy. You're world building, this, that, because I'm a big fantasy person. I'm a huge fantasy nerd. So yeah, it's just amazing. It's not your traditional superhero book. It's more of like your dark hero, I would say. I just saw the comment. Yes, that's a mass accent, but I'm not from Southie. I'm a northerner. I'm from the North Shore.
That's awesome. Okay. Let's do that hard accent all night if you can.
I've been trying to get better at it, like controlling it.
I studied in Scotland in college for a semester at an exchange program at Edinburgh, right? And I love it. I've been to Scotland several times. I love Scotland, except that when I first arrived there, I didn't understand a thing anyone was saying. I mean, the brogue was so. I mean, we're not talking about
That's
Scotland.
wild.
I literally had no idea what the hell anybody
What
was
city were
saying.
you in?
Pardon me?
What city were you in?
I was in Edinburgh. I was at the University of Edinburgh.
Oh, okay.
I love it. It's my favorite city.
Yeah, that's
it has
fun.
all the old medieval castles, right? But literally, I was
Castles.
walking around and I was like, and people were getting frustrated because they have to repeat 3 or 4 times because I literally could not understand a thing anybody was saying. So, whatever.
Should be forced to carry on subtitles for us in those countries.
I'm gonna need subtitles tonight. Your channel's gonna need subtitles.
All right.
Facts.
George. We have got so Cameron, I want to talk about a couple of the stories you've dropped on your. What I also like about your Patreon, I didn't get to this part, but it's that you curate it so it's everything that comes up there. I'm interested in reading about. It's not just all this stuff. So they've cast He-Man.
Yep. Yeah, they have a new He-Man. And did anyone see the Anne Hathaway movie that came out? Like, all right, well, nobody saw it. Apparently, it was successful for the romantic comedy crowd. But so this is actually the young lead with Anne Hathaway in her her cougar movie. Nicholas Galitzine, he's been cast as He-Man in the new Masters of the Universe movie. So he's a good-looking guy. So we're not doing like a mockery where it's like, let's bring a schlub here and pretend he's He-Man, right? No, this is a dude. You're like, this guy's an attractive guy who's like, you can imagine him as Prince Adam, right? I don't know what they'll do to bulk him up or how they're going to do that, but we're in a world with lots of CGI makeup artists, and so, but yeah, so he's a good-looking guy. He's young, and I think from the storyline is being kept pretty quiet. But when I went to the IMDb section on it, there's a little bit written in the IMDb. I don't know if it's in the main one. It's in the IMDb Pro. There's a little bit written in where basically apparently he's a human on Earth who doesn't know his heritage as Adam. And then he discovers the sword, right? The He-Man sword. And that activates his destiny and then he realizes he's got to go back and save, his planet from Skeletor, right? So that's an interesting take on the story, but it seems like they're taking this seriously. I mean, some of the producers on it are serious people. One of them, they've made good movies. They made several Will Smith movies, and now one of them is a producer on Barbie. And now I don't know all the opinions on Barbie. I love the movie because I understood that it was a satire. It was Blazing Saddles, making fun of fourth wave feminism, but a lot of people took it seriously. But I mean, I thought it was a superb movie when you look at it from that perspective. But these are very serious producers involved, so this isn't a joke production. And this guy at least is getting a lot of attention as sort of the young, attractive dude in the industry right now. So it's interesting that he's been cast as He-Man.
Is he bulking
I'll
up
buy it.
to like is he doing the?
I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to bulk up a little bit, but to be He-Man, we're probably going to deal. It's not going to be Lundgren, right? It's going to be. I don't know that he's going to. I don't think he's
You know what though?
He's always
If
my
they do
He-Man.
Spray tan. They bleach his hair, and then he starts taking creatine and working out every day and eating like a ton of protein. He's gonna get jacked in no time. He's young.
Yeah,
And,
people do it. Hollywood,
will
they
be
do
really
practice.
good, like a good He-Man.
And
He
he's-
kind of has like similar facial features to the
I
original.
like it. Yeah, he's got some high teeth looks there. Like, it's good.
you see the
Well,
chicks are looking at-
he almost looks like he could be in the Crow as well. He's got that look to him.
Yeah, I did not think of that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's look. He's the it guy right now, and so I wish him success. I want this movie to work, right? Nobody wants it to fail.
Well, you'd be surprised. It
Well,
seems like a lot of people.
there are people that are economically invested to talk smack on YouTube, and they'll want everything or whatever.
I found everyone celebrating that Furiosa lost money. It's just that's too much for me because I like everyone in it. And it's got a fantastic. George Miller's fantastic. So why are we happy it failed? I don't understand that one.
Well, because I guess they jump to Anya Taylor-Joy. It's we got Mary Sue here. I'm like, come on, guys, why are you being the stereotype? Don't be the stereotype that these morons are critiquing, right? She's a good actress. I haven't seen the film yet. I'm hoping to see it this weekend. A friend of mine saw it and thought it was okay. Others really liked it. Others didn't. But I'll check it out. But I don't like default negativity.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm hopeful that anything that I'm interested in will be good. I'm always hopeful. I always try to put my best foot forward with it until I see it and I'm proven wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
So
That's the way to be.
that's how I try to look at things. because there is just so much negativity out there. And then we also have groups of people that are just looking for anything.
Mhm.
If you're looking for something, you're gonna find it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I mean, I saw that with a lot of productions in the last couple of years where people were just like, they went in with the checkbook ready because there was going to be a negative commentary. So they're like, oh, I found it. Oh, that sounds woke to me. It's just like, can you just enjoy the movie? Can you enjoy the movie? And
I mean, it's like, it's woke to me. The definition of woke has changed because
Correct.
where I grew up, woke meant something completely different than what it does now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when I first heard people like saying things were woke, when I came on Twitter a couple years ago and woke this, I was thoroughly thrown off.
Yeah.
Because the neighborhood that I grew up in, if you were called woke, that was like a good thing. Like woke
so
was
were you in a minority-oriented neighborhood? Because
yeah,
woke
that's where I grew up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also saying from Brooklyn, right? So I get it.
So it woke like it was a completely different thing. And if you were called woke, I mean, that was like that it wasn't a bad thing. It was a good thing. You knew what was up with everything. I mean, you were able to see everything going on around you. So it's just
words keep changing meaning.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even those, when the meaning became pretentious, the pretense of liberalism, I think that's what became the critique use of the word, the pretense of progressivism, right? But now it's even past that. Now it's woke is whatever I don't like that I can, that it's got a woman in it, so I'm going to say it's woke. I mean, dumb
We've
default.
gone full circle.
Yeah, it's just good. It's like dumb default. Like, you become the stereotype, you become the mom, you look into the abyss, and now you've become the abyss, whatever. So, but if you want to bring that back up, so this is the really interesting article. So this is the thing that I put on my Patreon. For those who have the New York Times, it's from the New York Times, and I posted the IndieWire commentary on it because not everyone has a New York Times subscription. And so what it is this, and it just made me burst out laughing because it's a lengthy interview with Kathleen Kennedy about, and guess what she's saying? Now we're going back full circle to, who started all this drama. We're going back to full circle to this, where she's already saying that, men don't want to watch female strong Star Wars. So she's already and this is an article about the Acolyte, which is coming out, and it's like she's preemptively saying men aren't going to watch this. It's going to fail. It's all your men's fault. I mean, this is first of all, this is an outdated argument. It's stupid. But secondly, this is somebody who has for 12 years been saying the Force is female. So now she's essentially saying, well, I failed in my effort to change the toxic male fandom, because she's out there grumbling to the New York Times and creating a narrative that this show is going to fail because of men, because she knows it's going to fail, not because of men, because it's bad. She knows that. She knows it's bad. I have certain contacts out of Lucasfilm, and they've told me, based on their personal interaction with Jon Favreau, when he saw the original footage for this thing, he's like, this is the worst fan fiction garbage I've ever seen. We're going to put this thing out, right? And and so this is going to be a bad show. At least maybe they'll make it work. Maybe because they ordered reshoots on it after Favreau said that. But her commentary doesn't suggest she believes that. She's preparing the market for this to fail. And what's very interesting, and I highlighted you, if you'll see I underlined it. She in a quote to the New York Times says, she's talking about how, I'll read the quote, operating within these great franchises now with social media and the level of expectation, it's terrifying, Kennedy said. And here's the zinger, quote, I think Leslie struggled a little bit with it. So she is throwing Leslie Headland under the bus, saying that the PR, Leslie mismanaged the PR of this. Certainly I didn't. It's Leslie's fault. Leslie mishandled this, right? And this is her throwing her partner in crime, quite literally, actually, under the bus. This is one of the most remarkable interviews I've ever seen, because she's literally like, the show's not going to work, and it's the showrunner's fault. She's saying it in advance.
And
She's
this
toxic.
This is that show, right? That like Leslie Headland like blackmailed Disney into producing, right?
Correct. And there's a lot more information on
so it's the greatest irony.
Yes. When I say they're partners in crime, I'm being literal. Let's just say there's a lot of stuff I've not been able to put on my Patreon because I would get into real trouble. But but let's just say there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes of this show that is crazy and that is outside the bounds of the law. and this is her partner in crime, and she's throwing her under the bus.
I just think Star Wars is a dead IP now.
Nah,
Yeah.
Like,
Don't
there's no one like all the geeks and nerds that we talk to don't want anything to do with Star Wars anymore, and that's a real shame. That's a real
because there
shame.
will
And
be
it's gonna
good stuff coming. There is good stuff coming. The Jon Favreau movie is going to be good.
I hope so.
It's going to be good because a friend of mine in
But
Lucasfilm
it-
has read the
But
the
it
draft,
it
and
could
it's
be too late, though. It could be too late at that
It's-
point.
it's-
It's already too late.
The whole thing is, though, it's never really too late, because when an IP like this has been established, and it's been established for a year, and it still has a core fan base, and there are still people like that are complaining, which means if people are complaining about things, it means that they deep down hope that things can be fixed.
Yeah.
That's how I look at it. So if there's hope for anything that it can be fixed or changed, then that's just what it is. If anything, I would be more concerned about the younger generation being involved in enjoying this type of material, as well as like comic book IPs and everything, because just being at the shop on the weekend, it's manga is fucking
So
dominating.
oh yeah, well, that's
Manga
all.
is
That's all my.
sweeping, like we can't keep manga in stock. We can't. So it's I see all younger children, they're more gravitating towards manga. It's not the same thing with superheroes anymore, or Star Wars, or any of the things like when I was growing up, or generations before me. Whatever the case, in the past, I would say 6 years, I would say less children into superheroes, into Star Wars. Like I said, just manga. It's manga. So, I mean, that's the biggest competition right now in all of pop culture. It's like manga versus everything. I kid you not. They're wiping the floor with every IP. It doesn't matter what manga it is. They're selling out.
Well, here's the problem with everything that we grew up with is, like, they've gotten rid of the strong editors at Marvel and DC that had a direction, that
Absolutely.
had a vision, that actually had a 1 year, 3 year, 5 year plan. You had the same thing at Disney, where you had when's the last animated Disney movie that's been super successful? Like, it seems like everything from the 80s and like early 90s, and then it's just dead. Like, ever since Walt Disney died, and that vision that started to disappear, it's just been getting worse. Like, they're not even doing, they don't even really want to associate with the man anymore. They just want to create this message sending agenda, which is a shame, because it's like Bob Iger always says, Paul, we're not going to do politics, but you do. Everything that you're putting out is political. And then when people don't want to read it or watch it, you blame the audience, and then you not only do you blame them, you call them misogynist, you call them racist, you call them all these names, and it's out in their public, and they don't care. And it's not just like articles like this; it's on actual live interviews that they're saying this, or like talking about the Star Wars, and it's just like, I want to make men uncomfortable. Well, why do we even have to discuss that? Why do we have to say something like that? Why can't you say, I have a passion for the story, I want people to be invested in this?
Well,
like,
but
why
because
we got to get?
she's not a fan, though, Gooch.
No,
but
it's not.
Favreau is a fan. That's why I just
Yeah.
I don't want it to be and I absolutely respect you and everyone. I'm seeing in the chat saying, no, it's done, it's finished. I respect that.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that. And I can tell you again from my contacts at Lucasfilm who have read, because the draft is already changing. The draft is already changing. I've talked about that on my Patreon. But the original drafts that they've read of this Jon Favreau Mandalorian Grogu movie,
Squeeka, thank you.
they're like, Squeaka, great. They said, this is Star Wars. This is old school Star Wars that had their hearts sore when they read it. So, again, the script will change. Things will happen. There's still several years away, right? But the fact that that's what Favreau dropped on the table as the first draft, he's a fan. He is not the person you are fairly critiquing. And that's why he's staying silent and he's letting Kennedy do her own stupid stuff. Like, he hasn't said one word about Acolyte. He's like, yeah, this thing sucks. Let's just put this garbage out and forget about it, right?
What is the new movie supposed to be about?
It is. I'd want to be careful because I don't want to get my colleague in trouble. So
Yeah, what era or like?
well, it is a continuation of the Mandalorian story.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It brings together Thrawn as the current. I mean, again, this draft may change. My understanding is the current draft, Thrawn is the adversary. My understanding is, as of now, where the draft is, that it is just before the events that we see in the Timothy Zahn novels, Heir to the Empire. It sets those events.
It's just so good. I wish somebody competent would adapt those.
Yeah.
Why couldn't they do something with like Star Killer? Like, why couldn't they do like that? Would be such a kick-ass storyline.
Oh, yeah,
Kenny's never heard of Star Killer. She's like, who's that? So,
yeah, that would be a kick-ass storyline. You know,
it's
like
not in the canon anymore. Come on.
Well, yeah, true. But I see things that are coming out that are independent, like for example, Blue Eye Samurai. A female lead. I love that animated series. I did a review on it, and I had people telling me, "Oh, this is woke," and I'm like, "Why are you calling it woke? Because it's a female lead." Yeah. That's how bad we're at. Like everything's under a microscope. We're looking at every little thing to see if it's woke or message sending or whatever. No, let's just enjoy a good written series. Like I still to this day think episode 5 of Blue Eye Samurai is probably the best written.
At the same time, look, I want to put this out there. You can't sit there and blame people for being punch shy. So I understand.
Yeah, not blame that. That's a real. I mean, they've been hurt. They've really been hurt, right? They've been scarred. But I'm just saying that.
So they just automatically see everything that way, and I know exactly what you're talking about. But man, I don't want to get mad at those people. It's like, no, man.
Well, those are the sincere people. I'm not talking about people who've made an economic interest in pushing that line because they need people to be angry all the time to click their YouTube channel. You're talking about sincere people.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's like the recent attack on Mad Max universe, and I said his name's not Mad Max. It's Max Rockatowski. Stop calling him Mad Max. You know, clearly you don't know the material.
Guys, I got to call a quick time out here for speaking of wonderful people. Squeeka has gifted 10 memberships.
Wow.
That's insane. We have a special song for her.
Squeeka.
Here we go. Quick breaks for Squeeka. Thank you so much, Squeeka.
Enough. I am Gandalf, and Gandalf means me.
Gandalf? Not the wandering wizard, per se.
Oh man, I saw that when I was a kid.
It's so great.
And the songs in that are so good, you know, the Lord of the Lash song that the orcs sing, that got in my head. Get it out.
I gotta watch that. I found that like illustrated version of The Hobbit with the illustrations from that. That's very cool. Old.
I was hoping Squeeka could join us tonight, but I think
that was
she's
from
having
the
internet
same era as Wizards by Ralph Bakshi.
Yes,
Just
Bakshi. Oh my God, he's phenomenal. Everything that he's done, all that rotoscoping and everything, what he did with rotoscoping, it's just phenomenal. Wizards is great. Fire and Ice, yes.
We'll be reviewing that on my channel, all those animations. So that's the plan. But like getting back to what we're talking about, like it's especially this year, like we knew it was coming. It's a political year. Everything's going to be us versus them, or you know, it's going to be very, very, very sensitive right now. But I mean, for the last few years, there's been nothing really worthy of watching. The writing is just really bad. It seems like AI is doing the writing for them. Like that's how awkward the dialogue is. Like going back to Star Wars, like Ahsoka, like that. The direction was awful. The dialogue was often like the acting
dialogue
like,
is the worst.
Rosario Dawson. She's a great. I loved Rosario Dawson. She's a phenomenal actress. Well, not like Meryl Streep, but she's a good actress. But I mean, you see her in that role, and it's just like, what the hell are we doing here? Like this is so awkward. Like,
all I say about Rosario Dawson is she drums in the movie. Josie and the Pussycats. That's all I'm saying. I love her.
Cameron gets it. Yes, we do have a great looking panel. And people are sticking around. So
people are saying, "Why am I watching this?" I'm like, "You know why you're watching this."
That's why.
Well, I'm waiting until we get into the weird.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna get there. I you know, this is Zach's knows. I've gone 3 or 4 hours with you guys talking about paranormal. So yeah.
Oh, I'm all about it. I mean, where I'm from Salem, Mass.
Oh,
so
I've been to Salem. I had a psychic reading in one of the witch stores. I loved it.
So yeah, I'm very familiar. I was born and raised around all of it. And then now I've taken a whole yoga journey. So reading Patanjali's Yoga Sutras has changed my life.
So you're going to start experiencing siddhis as you go further down the path. So it's good.
So it's a path. I'll tell you that much. It's a path of deep reflection and elimination of ego. So it's something, a lot of self-realization, self-actualization, letting things go. You are not your thoughts.
Yes, I like that one. But
You're not your thoughts.
A couple of thanks to give here, and then we'll move on to the fun part of the show. I'll even see $5 says that donation for Zach's to buy throat numbing medication or to find shorter statured partners to play Romeo and Juliet with. Thank you, Subtle.
Not to get political here, but you sound like Robert Kennedy Jr. That's what you sound like. Oh my gosh. That's who we sound
I wouldn't
like.
be surprised if a worm didn't eat your brain too.
I could Lady B is a non-Asian fortune cookie soothsayer. Definitely she is. And Gooch is more silent than Furman at the OJ trial. Gooch. We have a funny chat. So there.
Not everyone gets, these young kids don't get that reference.
I know.
I love Subtle. I love you.
Thank you, Subtle. Also, they're coming after Gary in the chat hard by bringing up all of Favreau's faults. But you've held it together, Gary, so far. So thanks.
I don't care.
You care. I know you care.
I really do. I love Favreau. It's something that I don't even know why he clings to it because I don't even react to it. It's just I know he's just trying to fuck with me. I'm like,
I've got a couple of thank videos here for Subtle, and we'll move on to this.
Is Favreau not a good filmmaker and writer?
Photojournalist Brad Rice shows us how a forestry instructor gets his students to make and play the North American the flute in this Traveling West Virginia segment.
Oh, shit, flute.
What the?
I love the start of it, how they're
watch?
standing it like that. It's just...
I mean, that's a Freudian shit there, buddy.
Do I have time to grab a taco? I'm starving.
Do it.
Oh, of course. You got to be on every stream.
I'm sorry.
I love when a woman asks for a taco.
I literally eat when I stream. I'm sorry. I know it's like not ladylike, but I'm hungry, so I can't
go for it.
Run around all day.
Who's to decide what's ladylike?
Your views are going to go up, Zach's.
Yes, the taco eating is going to definitely help the stream.
As I eat like a slob, I'm sure. It's
but you got to be on camera. It doesn't help Zach's at all if you don't eat.
That's true.
On
yes.
Why don't you just bring back that panel of the not naked chick and just?
True, we could do that.
That
would work too.
Or maybe you can give us some lessons on the skin flute. Zach's, do you still give skin flute lessons?
Do I give skin flute lessons?
I just gotta let PG
giving them. Are you still giving them?
Hold on. I have one more clip I got to play here, and this is for Subtle as well. And I'm going to give you a little Tito Ortiz.
Now, is it true you're coming back in the fall, though, that the fight will be in the fall?
Yes, it'll be in April. I start camp probably around in the beginning of July. So, I'll have another long camp as always. But
April?
Yeah, I mean...
do you mean October? Or?
October. October. Now I said October. Did I say April?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know.
CTE. It's a real thing. CTE exists. So Tito Ortiz, he's had better days, but he's got a giant noggin on him. So not using all of it. All right. Let's yeah, absolutely.
But
all right.
to answer Gary's question, yes, of course. My opinion, of course, Jon Favreau is a superb filmmaker. I mean, and he's a visionary.
He's an amazing director and writer.
Well, think about what he did with Marvel. Who in Hollywood would have thought when you're launching MCU, let's start with Iron Man and let's bring Robert Downey Jr., a failed actor who's become a joke in this town, and make him the star, right? And now because of that, look where the MCU went, and look at Robert Downey Jr. just won his Oscar. He saved that guy's life in his career. And I mean, it's because he's not just a great filmmaker. He thinks long term ahead. He sees
exactly. And when people poke fun at me because I like Favreau, I'm like, what's not to like about him? You're the one that's weird. Yeah, you're the weird
Well,
one. You're the one that's the odd one out of sorts.
He was fantastic in Coyote Ugly. Like he was incredible in that. So like that's what I want.
I've never actually seen that movie. So was he in it?
Oh, you should.
Was
That's
he in
the
it?
joke.
Yeah.
Gooch has to find a way to work in Coyote Ugly's reference every show.
Well,
every show.
Yeah.
I don't look. I can't blame you, Gooch.
Gooch, you are the but Gooch, you are the guy that we the archetype in a writer's room, in a TV writer's room, that we call the dog with a bone. And I've been that guy where every day you repitch the same story idea, hoping it'll work this time, right? You know, when I was on Bionic Woman, when I was on that remake on NBC, every single day I kept repitching this AI thing that I was obsessed with, and that everybody would just sit there silently and go, okay. And they would just go on because they heard me pitch it 15 times already. And then it was never going to be on the show, but I never stopped.
Yep. Well, Coyote Ugly. It's making a comeback.
Oh my God. Are you on that again?
Always on it. What are you talking about?
He could be about Showgirls.
Showgirls was cool.
He could be about Showgirls, you know. I guess Showgirls is to what Pink Flamingo is to men. True. I guess men like to test each other with like Pink Flamingo.
Good night, Roman.
Pink Flamingo.
Coyote marketing bingo cards. Yes, it is. It is Coyote bingo.
All I know is Hyper Parabo is adorable. That's all I know.
Yeah. She should have had a bigger career. She's done fine. She's a working actress still, but she should have had a bigger career.
Yeah, it's she had that spy series and nothing happened after that.
I enjoyed Jiu-Jitsu, the Nicolas Cage movie. That's like, the movie's freaking great. It's so bad. It's good. It has Tony Jaa in it.
You
have to respond to this.
Yeah.
What? I'm still waiting.
And don't forget to talk about that hat attack in the backyard.
Yeah, why are you interrupting her? She's trying to read it.
Yeah, Gary.
Yeah, that was a horrible mass.
You read it again because this dude interrupted your lovely accent. Read it again.
It says, "I packed my car at the car park." And then
there you go.
Now I feel like I'm at Goodwill Hunting. I feel taken back to Goodwill.
She wasn't enunciating before, Cameron. Now she is.
You forced it.
So, but I can't say. I can never say car. I can't do it.
You know, I grew up in Brooklyn. Can you anybody hear a Brooklyn accent? I went out of my way to excise it because it's. I mean, there's no trace of it. I had to work hard.
The only
Canadian,
time I don't have an accent is when I'm reading to the kids I work with, and that's only because I don't want them to talk like me.
So are you like British singers? The moment they sing, they sound American. Like, you know,
I guess
all
so.
British singers sound American.
I'm reading. But if I get angry, then there's just no hope.
Oh, we don't want that. You don't want that.
It's no hope.
Yeah. Well, let's get into woo-woos, guys. Let's do it. Full woo-woo from now on. All right. Kayla, do you have a story you want to share to start with, or something you want to talk about?
A story I want to share?
Yeah. You started talking before I interrupted you previously, so.
I'm always talking, so just feel free to tell me to stop.
Never.
No. I don't know. I have plenty of stories. I mean, what kind of story do you want to hear?
Well, today's prophecy and divination and you know, premonitions, visions, the future, seeing the future.
You have tarot cards there too, don't you? You knocked them over.
Oh boy!
I have tons of tarot cards around me.
Yeah.
But so basically, everybody does possess intuition. Every single person. There's not a single person alive that does not possess intuition. It's just whether or not you choose to block it out. So we all have it. You can feel it in your body. Have you ever gotten physically sick for no reason? When you went to make a decision and you've gone against that decision, right there, it's a sign of you going against your own intuition. But every single person has intuition. It just plays out a little bit differently. Sorry, I'm like, I needed a fork.
Oh, please eat.
I'm hungry.
You can eat. It's okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. We'll break 100 if you keep eating, Kayla.
These Cantina tacos right now are life. I'm telling you, these Cantina chicken tacos. They're great.
All right.
Are the Taco Bell ones or?
Yes, they're phenomenal. But But there are different things that you can do to tap deeper into your intuition. Absolutely. Different practices that you can take on.
Like
but
what?
we all have it. We all have it. I mean, like there are many different practices that you could do. In an aspect, some people do different forms of Kundalini yoga to open up their third eye. Different things that you can do to open up the chakra systems within your body. So yeah, there's so many different methods. I could go on and on, but
well, let's focus it in. So you mentioned that you have tarot cards. I actually collect them as well. This is my favorite deck of all of my many decks. This one, and it's a hard deck. You don't get this easily anymore. Have I ever brought this show? Vampires, Tarot of the Eternal Night. You know, this is I bought this just like in a Barnes and Nobles like 15 years ago, and it's impossible to find now. Like, you know, you can maybe get the cards, but they have like this really good, like, you know, book that you can't get anymore. And so this is like valuable now. Like I tried to find, it was like $1,000 to get this thing with. So let me show you some of these cards. So these are incredible cards. I don't know if they're hand drawn or computer animation, but they're at least 15 years old. So I don't know the computer stuff was that advanced there. But here, let's take a look at some of the visuals that we've got here. For example, here's the Fool, right? Here's the Fool, and from the shut my light off here so you can stop reflecting. Hold on, maybe you can see it better. All right, so here is the Fool, right? So that's it's like the vampire Fool coming out of the grave, right?
Interesting. And basically, like tarot's the Fool's journey. A lot of people don't realize that the tarot, the whole story behind it, it's the Fool's entire journey. Absolutely.
Here's the Emperor, right? Here's the High Priestess. One of my favorite ones, I find this here. Let's see. So this is the Lovers. This is a really sexy card. Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh wow, that's so gorgeous. It's
gorgeous.
Interesting because the Lovers card in some decks, it does look more like its traditional definition, which would be the choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Lovers is great. Man. Look at the Hanged Man. Isn't that scary? Like,
I love that.
Isn't that in it? And then where's the Sun? The Sun is one of my favorites. Let's see if we can find this. Oh yeah, this is great. So the Sun, this is perfect. Look at that. Sun destroying a vampire. I mean, this is an incredible deck.
It's beautiful, yeah.
I mean, so it's really hard to get. I mean, you can get the deck, I think, off Amazon, but the entire package that was once available, you can't really get that anymore. And so I'm really glad I got these. But I've got lots of decks. I've got, all kinds of traditional decks. I've obviously got traditional Rider-Waite kind of deck here. Mm-hmm. But I've got all kinds of fantasy decks and fairy decks. And, but this is my favorite because it's just so evocative.
Do you read your own cards? I can't read my own cards because if I
read
my
myself,
cards,
no. I can't read myself.
I would definitely interpret everything the way that I would want to.
Yeah, you're not objective, right? Whenever I've read for other people, they're like, "Oh my God, that's so accurate." When I read for myself, I read it what I want it to be true.
Yeah, exactly.
That's hard. Yeah, that's so hard to be like objective on it.
Yeah, because there are many ways to interpret things, and you're just like, it's the does he love me? Does he love me not? And then you pull off enough petals to make it sure the outcome is the one that you want, right? So it's human nature. We really shouldn't read for ourselves, but the best solution for that, I actually think, is let me do this. The best solution for that is where to go? Hold on. This I Ching, right? So I Ching is the ancient Chinese definition. It's believed to be the most ancient book that we have from the historical record. Mm-hmm. This is several thousand years old, I have to say, I've been doing I Ching readings for years for myself primarily, and it's shocking how accurate it is to the point you get scared because I'll show you the example of how there's a traditional method and there's this really new method that I found. But here's a traditional method. So there you got the most traditional method is you use sticks, or the earliest method was use tortoise shells. I don't have a tortoise shell, and and I find the method of just the coins, using coins, and you throw them out. And what you do is you throw out these coins and you draw, and they come up with a number. It's between 6, 7, 8, 9, and then you draw out the line and you do it 6 times. And it gives you what's called a trigram or a by that time it's a hexagram because there's 6 lines, and you read them, and the reading is so specific that it can shock you. There's actually there's an I Ching hexagram that specifically comes up every time I try to do the thing that we're talking about where I don't like the reading. and I just throw it again because I hope the second time it'll come out better, right? There's an actual I Ching hexagram that addresses that. That literally is like, it says, screw you. It's not my fault that you don't like it, right? That's an actual response. It's and every time I not like the reading and I've thrown it, that response comes up and says, it is not the fault of the sage that you don't want to listen to it. Every single time. And I mean, the odds of that are in the trillions, right? Because there's something very profound here. It seems to, because there are 64 possible hexagrams that come out of this, and there's 64 strands of DNA. This seems to be something very primordial into the fabric of the universe. And the fact that this seems to be the oldest book in that we have a record of, says something. So if any of you, want to learn the I Ching now, so here's a most modern method, literally the most modern method that I found is that a gentleman who's a big I Ching reader on online and on TikTok, he created this deck. It's sort of like a card deck, right? Yep. And basically you shuffle it. So, and you'll see, let me bring up one card, like you'll see this. Okay, so here's just one card, right? You shuffle it, and then you shuffle it more, and then you put up another card on top, and now you've got your hexagram, right?
Oh, okay.
So just shuffling, using the cardomancy technique of just shuffling cards, you do that, and he has his readings here. And again, I tried this, and this is as accurate as any form of I Ching reading I've gotten. Good, it's incredibly specific to the point you're like, oh my God. Is the divinity speaking to me right now? Because it's not a generic answer. It's always tailored to your problem.
Well, that's because our energy.
Correct.
And our energy is everywhere, and energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be altered or changed or transferred. So, and energetically, we are all connected, and we're all connected to source.
Boring history. There's the tarot cards were first seen in the 1300s, and it was tied to a game that was like bridge, and it was strictly to play a game with, and it developed over time. By the 1800s, it was being used like it is now. So it was same type of cards, but just over time, the purpose migrated.
Well, and now I'm going to give you the secret history of the tarot that goes a little bit, because those cards appeared in Europe in the 13th century. However, they actually originate from the Middle East, because the cards are based on Mamluk, which was the Turkish rulers of Egypt, that time period after Saladin took back Egypt and the Holy Land area. The Mamluks were the successor state to him, and the Turks were using cards that became that were then brought over from the Crusades back into Europe, and they took the form that we have today. And so, where do the Mamluks get that from? That's where we go a little bit into the mystery of it. They're ruling Egypt, and of course, there's a lot of occultists will say, well, this is based on ancient Egyptian, wisdom that was hidden, like from going back to the Pharaonic days and the priests of Osiris that remain hidden throughout time. And I myself am a Sufi, which is an Islamic mystic, and a lot of Sufism incorporates sort of the hidden occult traditions of other cultures that have gone into hiding because they're being oppressed. And then they find, through Sufism, they find a way to re-manifest publicly. And so the Sufis were very predominant in Egypt in the 13th century. So it would make sense if they had preserved Osirian divination, and they brought it back out in an Islamically acceptable format, which then would transfer through the Crusades into Europe.
I think the Crusades, as much as there were some problems with them, there was some shared culture, at least, that came out of it.
No, it was massive. It was massive. I mean, the Crusades, horrific as they were the major the transition point of lost knowledge, because Europe had destroyed its knowledge after the fall of the Roman Empire, and the Islamic world had preserved it. So Plato and Aristotle are lost. We have no Greek translations of Plato and Aristotle or the great classics. They're all lost. The translations that we do today of the Plato's Republic or Aristotle, any of Aristotle's books, they're all translated from Arabic, because during the Middle Ages, they were translated from Greek into Arabic, and then the Crusaders got access to the Arabic documents and brought them back into Europe. That launches the Renaissance.
I never knew that. That's very interesting.
So it's there's a lot of cultural things that we brought into the West that we don't even realize. For example, the rosary beads that you see, our Catholic friends and many traditions have rosaries. There's also they're Buddhists as well. The rosary beads were very common in Islamic. Yeah, the malas. They're very common Islamic thing. I use them today, right? They use them to recite the names of God. And so they were reintroduced into Europe through, again, the Crusades. Just simple things like the archetype we have in the West, right? Of the angel on your right shoulder and the devil on your left shoulder, right? That archetype that exists culturally. We've seen it in Disney films, right? And it's exactly in the Islamic prayer. When you end the Islamic prayer, if you've ever seen it, you turn to your right and say peace be upon you, and turn to your left and say peace be upon you. What a Muslim is doing there is actually greeting the angels that sit on your shoulders. There's the angel on the right that records your good deeds, and the angel on the left that records your evil deeds, right? And so that is the archetype that the Crusaders then absorbed and brought back in culturally to Europe.
Gerry, this one's for you.
Nope.
Yeah. I volunteered to be the guy who says that Gerry was a normal neighbor and kept to himself and never bothered anyone in the neighborhood after his arrest.
I never imagined he'd shoot and kill everybody in the house.
Thank you, Subtle.
Ask him. Why'd you
I had
kill
no
everybody?
idea that there were people locked in the basement screaming for 5 years. I didn't know. I didn't hear
No idea. None of my damn business what they're doing down there.
Nope.
Something that you said to me stuck out when you were saying about basically the left shoulder and the right shoulder. It's very interesting because the energies that we associate with those parts of the body, like the left side is the more intuitive and more emotional side, and it's also where our feminine energies are carried. And then our right side is our more logical side, and that's our more action oriented side, and that is where our masculine energy is stored. And basically everybody has both masculine and feminine energy. So, which trying to explain that to people are like, what are you saying? I'm this, I'm that. No, I'm saying that you are comprised of both masculine and feminine energy. And that is something that pretty much, if you look through,
Josh,
it's not about what you like, who you are, because I'm a woman, but it's what energy is dominating at the time being, you know.
And to add to that,
in Jungian psychology, that's referred to as anima and animus.
Yes.
Exactly. No, that's exactly right. That's right. And also now going back to I Ching, right? So in the Taoist tradition of China, we obviously have the symbol, the yin yang symbol, right? But what are the meanings? Like the dark side is the yin and the light side is the yang. And again, there's no morality to it, but the dark side is called the feminine side, the light side is called the masculine, because so it's easy then because when we translate that idea going further west from China, light becomes good and dark becomes bad in our Manichaean, Abrahamic understanding of things. The Taoists don't have that, but when that idea translates, so suddenly the angel becomes the force of light, and then the devil becomes a force of darkness, but it becomes masculine and feminine. And so that's how these ideas translate as you go further and further west culturally.
That's interesting.
And it's insane because really they cannot exist without each other. That's what it comes down to. They cannot exist without each other.
Yeah,
so they're equal. It's like the sun and the moon, they're needed. So
well, that is like what the fourth principle or something of Hermeticism is, gender.
So
speaking of which, I didn't even get that. Like
I gotta say hello to Stephen. Stephen Walton / Lodonis.
How you doing, guys?
And also welcome Walton here who's joined us. So yeah,
it's good seeing you. Wonderful conversation. Keep it rolling. I'm loving everything.
Okay. I got this really
the
cool
fourth is
book.
actually the all here, at least how it's listed here in this edition here. So, but I'm trying to. It's the seventh. The seventh one is what is gender. Gender is in everything. Everything has its masculine and feminine principles. Gender manifests on all planes of existence. So, yeah, it's very interesting here. So ironically, I'm a big fan of like Elder Scrolls and Skyrim and some of their gods that they've based.
Chad is in love with you forever now. That's it. All you have to say, you're good.
Philosophy. So, I mean, this is my shelf of, like, I have my Zechariah Stitchin books here. I have I have notes in this from middle school because I've always been
Oh, I have that book.
Oh my God, that's great.
Like these are my notes
actually,
from
my
middle
brother has
school.
it.
I've always been kind of in my own world. Like, what was I even writing here? Let's see. Luciferian totalitarianism, socialist state, Luciferian internationalist, Illuminism, Jesus in the House of David, P2 Lodge in Italy. So maybe I was a little bit older than this. The Knights of Templar, Illuminati. I had a big thing about like zombies and HPV and avian flu, H5N1, open friendly secret societies, Brotherhood of the Snake Dragon, Osiris, bright star meaning, Lucifer, bringer of light, neophytes. Yeah, go me.
Yeah.
I got all these like there's all these little notes and a lot because I won't write in my books, but this book has been read so many times. This and my Egyptian Book of the Dead has been read
that's
a
cool.
lot.
I need to find that.
Yeah, this has like stuff spilt on it. I mean, a lot of my books are worn down. This but yeah, this is completely translated. It's really cool to see the translations. I mean, who knows how accurate they are? Just because I just don't trust.
Well, we've got the Rosetta Stone, so we've got some intent, but that doesn't necessarily mean Rosetta Stone is the be all and end all of translation. So
yeah, I brought out a cool book too. This is like
let's hear your book.
Hermeticism and stuff. This is called Meditations on the Tarot: A Journey into Christian Hermeticism, which is very interesting to read. I'm very into the idea of Hermeticism. Like I've been trying to go on a like religious, I don't know, journey, trying to figure out like what is my religion and stuff. And I've been like, do I want to be a Christian? And at the end of the day, I don't think I'm maybe Christian in supporting the spirit of Christianity, but I don't think it's for me. But I like reading.
You're more of a Gnostic. I mean, Balefire.
Yeah, I'm a Gnostic, like just straight up. Like I think the sort of origin story on that is, but sort of the principles of the thing. But yeah,
I mean, me personally, I grew up very religious. But I would say I just am. That's my answer. I am because I believe that there is one book someplace out there that we may not know that everything was derived from within different religions and different practices, even of spirituality. And the stories are so similar. They're so similar, even in mythologies. So there has to be one book, and it must be gigantic and overarching to look at. But everything had to be derived from there, I feel. So I would say I'm religious, but I'm also very spiritual.
Yeah.
So
I
am.
So
I can't define who I there's not a definition for it. So
I prefer the term spiritual.
And I'm open to listening to anybody and hearing anybody out and taking on whatever I need to that I feel best suits me becoming a better person. Because if I'm a better person, then I'm better for other people.
So there's knowledge in all. There's knowledge in all experience. I'm sorry, one moment. There's knowledge in all experience. That's why I consider myself spiritual. I'm, of course, more akin to the Western philosophies and religions. So yeah, there actually is a story that you can see handed down from the time of Gilgamesh all the way into now, where you see this repetitive idea of light versus dark, and many other themes. But I really do look at each spirituality has its own identity, and yet at the same time has threads of truth that cross within all within all belief systems. So I like for myself, I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. I listen to someone else's practices or how they see, and I can draw wisdom from that or a different perspective. I mean, we're only here. I'm a reincarnationist, so like this is my one life. And the way that I look at it is each person has this incarnation to learn a specific set of things during their life, during this incarnation. So we're not going to see things. We're just not meant to see things as a whole. That's for God or the creator or source, however you want to call it or look at it. But having the ability to stop and learn and listen or understand another person's perspective, I think gives us closer to an understanding of what the truth is. And I say that not taking away from anyone who takes a specialist path, like a religion, dedicates themselves to a religion, that philosophy, and finds connection to source through that religion. I'm just more of a generalist in that way. So I just want to add those 2 cents in.
But
Sorry, Cameron, go ahead, brother.
But both of you are hitting on something very important, which is the generals always lead back to truth, and then there are specific variations that are culturally relevant. Right. When Kayla's talking about the idea of she just believes intuitively that there's one book out there. So let's get a specific understanding of that concept, right? So within the Islamic tradition, the Quran talks about that there is the preserved tablet. The preserved tablet is an archetypal origin of all spiritual knowledge. So the Quran talks about that there is the preserved tablet that is preserved in heaven, from which all religion derives and which all scripture derives. And within, obviously, because you're studying yoga, within the Hindu tradition, you've got the idea of the Akashic records, right? So these ideas parallel because humans have, in every culture, understood the concept intellectually in the way that Dragman is talking about, that there's in general intuition, but then how do you express intuition, right? You need a language, you need ritual, you need common story. That's what religion takes the form of, and that's not to deny anyone's personal experience of religion as truth. I'm a traditional Muslim, I'm a Sufi. That's working for me, right? Other people have something else that's working really well for them. And it won't work without these things. Otherwise, it's just, one of the problems I've got with the New Age element here in Los Angeles is it's just all hot air. It's all generic hot air, right? And it can't be transmitted as a result because it's just all woo-woo stuff that has nothing holding it together that can be conveyed generationally.
That's a good thing.
I could say like the way people look at yoga too. A lot of people don't realize that there are 8 different branches of yoga, and basically anyone can do yoga. I know that because of like the Western world here, that we think of yoga as just the asana, just the poses. I mean, for me, I was newer to all the asana stuff. I got into yoga through a recommendation of a book. So it was the 7 Spiritual Laws of Yoga, and it was written by, why can't I think of the author's name right now? And he's very well-known, like speaker and everything. I can't even, I don't think the book is on this shelf here. So I got into yoga through that and through being injured pretty much. So my experience going to yoga school was very different. And I would say my strong point was the sutras. I really understood the sutra work, whereas the asana stuff, everything with the physical postures, I struggled. It was such a struggle for me. But as far as interpreting the sutras and understanding what things were broken down to, that was definitely my strong point. So there's different aspects of things, and it's just what they choose to push out and how things are perceived. I live in Salem, so there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. People,
I would say so.
Here. That's awesome.
It is, but there's real, and then there's people that identify things because they would like to identify as it. I would say so. They push a completely different agenda of what it is.
TikTok witches,
like Wiccan. A lot of the stuff with paganism, it's based on seasons. It's not. It's very different than how certain things are marketed out here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, about the wheel of the year, and it's neo-paganism, so it's really just taking grasps or taking pieces from what we know of past religions. So it's a hodgepodge really in itself. I consider myself, if someone had to classify me, I'd say Wiccan, but I'm like on my own solitary. Because I don't identify a lot of the Wiccan dudes out there. Like, hey, you can limp-wristed moon worshippers. Hi, go ahead, do your thing. I don't, but I'm not in that camp. I've also known Wiccans who are like, just entirely different than the stereotypical norm. But I enjoy being solitary. One of the things I always ask when I would run into somebody who would proclaim to be, a Wiccan or neo-pagan was, okay, what does the pentacle mean? If they can't answer that, what was the first iteration of a pentacle? If you can't answer something that simple, then don't come to me with anything. there are people out there who want to be a part of something because it's a fad and they're not really into the spiritual work of it. I don't mind. Be who you want to be. Do how you present yourself how you want to present yourself, but don't do it falsely. That's always been something that's something that like been a pet peeve of mine. When it comes to real spiritual work, however, the way that I've seen it, the way that I've lived it, which is different than anyone else's truth, it is the understanding that we are all connected through the collective consciousness, that we are all different expressions and interpretations of Source trying to understand itself. And so, there is knowledge to be gained in every sector, light and dark. I like how Cameron was bringing up the difference, the duality of light and dark earlier in the way the Western world interprets that. Whereas it is all natural. It is absolutely all natural, and having feminine and masculine aspects to oneself is completely natural. And anyone who denies that is really denying the nature of our spiritual selves. But there are a lot of different paths that one can take in order to find Source. I just take issue with people who do it through ego, or they're not really trying to seek.
Yes, and that's exactly what I see a lot of out here. And I'm really not one to judge, because me judging, that would be coming from a place of ego in an aspect.
It's hard. I know it's hard, girl.
That's how complicated it is. What is very interesting, though, and I'm just like speaking because I feel like this is a place like this is very non-judgmental. If you're judging, then I don't give a shit anyways, because I'm going to say what I'm going to say because I'm me. But pretty much there's a, how can I put it? So there's a big emphasis on religion, you find, but there's not as much of an emphasis on spirituality. And I've always wondered why that was. And I wondered if it's because, and I can only speak about, and I can't speak about religions that I do not have much knowledge of, but the religions that I do have knowledge of, the religions I grew up practicing, it's kind of, we looked to God for our answers and to solve our problems and everything. And with spirituality, you're forced to look within yourself and do the inner work to move up to the next level.
Yes.
So, and that was, that's something that I always thought was interesting. The more I dove deeper into my yoga practice, was like, wow, this is a lot. This is a lot, like the amount of self-reflection and
not that can't happen within a religious,
Oh, and it definitely can. It definitely can.
Right. It's like
it definitely
the
can. Everyone's experience is different, but from my personal experience, if I didn't clarify that, because I'm just talking, I'm excited to talk tonight. Jay's like, Kayla's not shutting up. Nope. I can see it in his face.
You said that?
That's interesting.
No. Like, I can read Jay's face.
She is happier than a pig in shit right now. So
I can read Jay's face, and I know he can read me. I've known Jay for so long. He's like my other brother, pretty much. Like, yeah, he had no choice. He literally had no choice. So he adopted me, pretty much. I was like, before Jay was this big streamer.
No.
He's a big deal.
No,
yes.
I love teasing him.
Don't deflate it.
He's worked so hard for everything that he's doing. He's accomplished so much, and I'm so proud of him. I just like to give him shit because on Monday, all the guys give me shit, so now I get to give him a little shit.
Fair.
But Jay's awesome, and I knew right away from the first time that we talked, we just clicked, and
that's awesome.
He rules.
So.
Canadians, huh? We do a few things right. No doo doo boot it.
I mean, Wolverine.
Oh, don't make me start talking Canadian. My dad's Canadian, and for some reason, since I was a little kid, if I talk to Canadians or go to Canada, I just pick up that accent like that.
I want Jay to talk about some of this stuff because he doesn't.
Jay,
yes.
Kid.
I'm embarrassed. So.
Oh my God, kid, get on the screen.
Well, you have a background though that's interesting, Jay.
Taco in front of people.
If you want to share it.
No, but that's.
What do you mean background?
Métis.
He's hiding.
Yeah, Métis. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm writing a story about that using the spiritual aspects of the Métis religion, the Huron tribe, and how they were executed by the the Christians and the Catholics and stuff like that. But I'm more of an atheist, to be, if anything. Like I just don't believe in anything. And if I do believe anything, I would probably be spiritual of the indigenous tribes because of the way of their life and how they respect the earth and Mother Earth.
So I'm going to say this to you, Gooch, and because I've always said it to my friends who identify as atheists, because atheism has taken a meaning that they actually don't believe. Just by what you said, you are not an atheist. You sense that there is a spiritual reality. Atheism is, as I define it, as it was historically defined, was a materialistic paradigm that nothing beyond what we experience in the five senses is real. You clearly don't believe that. What atheism has come to mean in modern culture in the West is I'm an agnostic of these religions being true, but I sense something, right?
Okay.
Whereas I've actually met in Hollywood actual atheists who are terrible people, who are materialists. These are the people we're talking about. You're having comments about the sexual abuse, the child abuse, all that stuff. They're coming from people in Hollywood who believe there is no spiritual reality, who believe that the only thing that exists is their ego, right? And then as a result, there is no, if they can get away with it, in Hollywood, you can get away with a lot if you have money, right? If they can get away with it, there are no cosmic consequences. You don't have to believe in heaven and hell, but even some idea of a karmic, that the universe will pay you back, that's a faith statement. That's a faith statement. And these people don't share it. And so they are not restrained at all. You don't strike me as that person in the slightest. You clearly have an intuition that something is going on. So that's why I don't personally use the term atheist, because I've met real atheists and they're the opposite of what you are.
Cameron, I missed your words. I missed hearing you talk, buddy. That's not a gay thing. I'm just saying, I just missed it. That's all I'm saying.
I'm enamored right now.
My channel is Diabolical Souls, so I don't know.
Yeah, there you go.
Even the concept of having a soul to an atheist doesn't exist.
Well, I was raised Catholic, Irish, Italian, and Métis, so it's like.
Yes, we got First Nations representation.
We do.
Damn straight,
brother. You can be whatever you want. You would keep wearing that Iron Maiden shirt.
Oh yeah,
just keep the Italian stuff to yourself.
Yeah,
I know. Without Copa, I'm like, who do I have to support?
Go back.
Don in the chat. Is Don in the chat? Is he not?
Don was here. Yep.
Oh,
yes,
Don was.
He hates us Italians.
He was calling out Gary, but Gary didn't take the bait, so he left.
No, this is all. I love listening to this. I find it fascinating. I don't know. The more time I spend learning about the indigenous cultures, being a part of it, if anything, I'd follow that path. Right now, I'm just kind of in the weeds right now, just kind of, doing my thing. I'm not focused on finding my inner self or anything like that. I feel like I've gone through that with my past. So religion's a no-go. Spiritually, I guess you could say I'm a little spiritual, but yeah, maybe agnostic is the right term. I'd always thought of myself as atheist, not believing in any kind of religion or any proof of, or thinking that there's like some other entity out there that created us, or that's going to.
Well, do you believe in consequences? Do you believe that there are consequences?
I deal with consequences every day. I was a crisis counselor.
That's at least a statement. That's at least a faith statement. The very idea, setting aside any deity. Like I have Buddhist friends who say there is no God. They're religious Buddhists. The idea of a God is irrelevant to those understandings of Buddhism, right? Tantric Buddhism and Mahayana Buddhism has gods. But Theravada Buddhism doesn't need it, right? The Buddha was silent on it. When asked about God, he changed the subject, right?
I can tell you right for a fact, I'm not afraid of death. But death also fascinates me. After being a paramedic for 15 years, and Gary, you've seen a lot as well.
I was a paramedic for years, nursing, medical, all of it. I dealt with death and dying on a daily basis.
And growing up in the my family, shit like that, seeing a lot of the stuff that I saw, like I always I thought death was an interesting thing. Like, what happens after death? What exactly? Are you just nothing? Are you just part of the earth? Are you?
But that's not. I'm going to suggest to you that is not possible. Because setting aside any religious beliefs, just on a quantum physics level, the basic understanding we have currently of quantum physics today, which matches up with the ancient mystics, right, is that observation causes that the cosmos exists in a potentiality, that there's possibilities, right? And then you as an observer make one of the infinite possibilities physically manifest, right? The waveform becomes a point in space and becomes, as we perceive it, a physical object, right? So it is consciousness, awareness that makes matter manifest into an actual reality. The very fact that the universe exists is because we are pre-conscious of it. So it is not possible for death to exist because there is no such thing as non-existence. The universe exists because of consciousness by quantum physics level. So consciousness cannot not exist. That is reality. So it is what form it will take is of interesting debate, but
yes,
consciousness cannot die because the universe is dependent on it to exist.
So when you say that,
brother.
Yeah,
are we reincarnated? Like, because we have a conscience?
Well, Dragonstorm believes in reincarnation. We Sufis don't use those terms, but let's hear Dragonstorm's perspective on reincarnation.
I believe, of course, because we're in the 3D. We have only grazed the 4D. That energy transforms. So we go to another cycle. Death, as we perceive it, is just leaving this coil and moving into another existence, another realm, another frame of consciousness. And then I believe, me personally, that from there we decide what we have done, what lessons we have learned, go through kind of a life review, and then you choose your next path, your next incarnation. What are you going to learn next? How are you going to continue on this cycle of learning? And I base that on just observation of the cosmos. Everything turns. Everything is a cycle. I don't see an absolute end. Unless you want to talk about black holes, that's a whole other.
I was just going to say black holes.
That's just a transition.
But even that's a transition, right? Just everything as simple as the changing of the seasons, the rotation around the sun, the rotation of the sun around galactic central point. Everything moves in rotation. So that's where I derive my afterlife belief. It's just another part. It's just another change in consciousness. Energy doesn't die. There's enough evidence out there of spirits and ghosts. You can get trapped on a plane for a certain amount of time, and I think you do if you go through, if you have karma that you have to go through, or if you are unable to emotionally move through an instance. If you are trapped on this earth due to something like traumatic that happened to you, I think you get trapped on this plane for a certain time. But we all get pushed. We all have to go through this cycle. We all have to go through a filter. So actually, I think this life is just one aspect of growth, and then we move on to another. We shed our skin and move on to another cycle of growth. That's how I see it.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, it's never made sense to me to have a celestial heaven. And I don't mean to insult anyone who believes in that, but it just doesn't make sense to me that we go through one single lifetime of experience and then we're pushed into a place where we stay forever in a heaven and with a harp and sing songs. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Well, that's because
you guys had this shitty heaven with a harp and playing songs. There's food and lots of sex, right? There's like orgasms that last 30 years in Islam. We have a great heaven. It's the best fucking heaven.
Well, okay, I'm on board for that. I'm on board for that. I
30-year orgasms. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not even exaggerating.
He gets his new body, he's going off. He's having a party up there.
Islamic heaven is sensual, baby, and it's really fun. So I'm like, I'm gonna go with that paradigm. It works for me.
You almost got me converting, bro. You got bitching to me. You almost got me on there.
Every tradition's got its sales pitch, man. I've got to say.
Yes, dude, absolutely, brother.
Can I shake it up? Can I do the one scary thing that is scary in LA to do, which is to give a Sufi critique of how reincarnation is understood by the average person? Can I do that?
Go for it.
I would love to hear that. I'm very interested in what you have to say.
All right. Yes. Because the Sufis never talk about reincarnation for a reason, right? And there's actually there's Vedic scholars in the 20th century who take this as well, which is that the entire conversation, as people have it, certainly in the LA, occult bookstore world, right? At that level, right? The conversation most people have about reincarnation is the idea of a transmigration of a soul. There's death, the soul physically leaves the body, it re-enters into a baby, starts all over again, right? And the mystics and the Sufis consider themselves the primordial mystic, right? Statement is that in itself is trapping everything within time and space. The ultimate reality is that there is no soul. There's only God. There's only God. There's only you. You are actually one and one with the deity, which is infinite and eternal and doesn't recycle. So when you recognize who you are outside of time and space. The whole idea of coming back that's what Buddha was saying. The whole idea of Buddhism is nirvana, is to escape the samsara, the cycle of rebirth. And the Sufis say you can escape that by just recognizing that this material world is a projection. It's not real. Time and space isn't real. When you understand that, there's no place for reincarnation at that conversation because you become one with the infinite, which is outside of this concept of cycle. And when you become there, you become everything. So the idea is, a Sufi will say, yes, who is reincarnating? Yes, there is reincarnation. Who is reincarnating? God is reincarnating. God is incarnating into each and every one of us. There's only one.
We are all,
and
we are all aspects of God.
Exactly. There's only one being. Right now, what's happening here is one being talking to itself in the form of these 7 people on the screen, right? That's the illusion. Right. Is one being talking to itself. And
I
so
like that idea a lot. That's something.
So we're like, let's pull you out of the system, man. Let's pull you out and get you outside of the pattern to become infinite. And then reincarnation is irrelevant.
Yeah. Have anyone ever heard of Dolores Cannon? She was like a past life regression.
Yeah.
She's like, a lot of the stories that she told from people that she worked with were kind of like that. How they're all there's a source we all return from and we're all part of that. It's a very fascinating concept.
Well, but let's talk about past life regression for a second, because that's one of the major evidences used for the modern conversation on reincarnation. And it's like, well, look, these psychotherapists, they do hypnosis. Somebody remembers details of being this World War II soldier. That you confirm those details. It's remarkable. How would this kid know that? And a Sufi would not deny one of those experiences. They're all real. The person remembers them, they experience them. But the Sufi would say, if you meditate deeply enough, you will remember all of that. Not one person.
Yeah, the book that I recently read of her was the first part of the Convoluted Universe, where she kind of goes beyond like the past life regressions to there are things that everyone starts talking about, and there is this sort of like Akashic record that people can access and stuff. That was really fascinating. I believe.
So if our souls are just part of an Akashic record, when people actively remember that they were Marilyn Monroe in their last life, there's no denying the truth of their experience. But what if the way to understand that is they're tapping into the Akashic record of her experience, which is your experience, right? If you look at people, the critique that Sufis have of modern reincarnation conversation, it's egoistic. Here in LA, it certainly is. Everyone is a reincarnation of Marilyn Monroe.
Oh my
Everyone
God.
is a reincarnation of Cleopatra.
Who would not want to be a reincarnation
from
of
some
that?
poor schmuck who got beheaded at the age of 12 in some Mongol war? Nobody, very few times do they own that, right? But and then you look at the person who claims to be the reincarnation of Cleopatra. You're like, well, why the fuck is your life such a basket case? Didn't you learn anything? I mean, you hadn't learned anything at all. Obviously, you didn't bring those lessons with you. If it's transmigration of soul, you clearly didn't bring any lesson with you because you're worse than she was, and she got pretty far in political power, and you can't pay your checkbook, right? So that's a way, without denying anyone's actual experience of past life memories. That is another way to paradigm it.
Because we are all part of one another. So when you shed the mortal coil, you say you return to source. So you return to the whole.
You are Marilyn Monroe. You are Napoleon. You are that poor kid that got killed by the Mongols. You're all of it. And by your choice as a point of view, as a divine point of view, you can access any of those and make them identify with them.
Beautiful. Yeah, man. Thank you for that perspective.
And that doesn't change anything. What it's saying is you're even more magical than reincarnation. You're even bigger than it. It doesn't change.
Mysticism is such a mind trip. Like, you try to think about these concepts, and it's like, wow, I have struggled.
For some reason, it just makes me think about, all right, underneath it all, right? So what is the difference between you and I. How are we looked at on a spiritual level? We're not any different because all souls are looked at exactly the same. There's not a concept of a bad soul. There's not a concept of a good soul. It's just a concept of a soul, and all souls are the same. And it's kind of like if you were to speak about yourself and you say, I am this, I am that, I am this, I am that. After a while, you're going to run out of things to say. So who are you? The answer is I am. That's why I always say I am.
Well, and so here's
and it goes along with the soul thing. But yeah, I know I have a feeling what you're going to say, so I want to let you.
No, I just want to add to this. But then let's address the whole idea of consequences of heaven and hell, because in the Islamic tradition, we have a great paradise, we got a really scary hell, right? Same sort of opposite. But a Sufi will say, because a Sufi, one of the greatest Sufi masters, Ibn al-Arabi, who was a 13th century Spanish Andalusian Sufi, was considered the greatest mystic of the Sufi tradition. And he was asked by one of his students, in Spain, he was asked, how can God be all merciful as described in the Quran and still throw people into hell? And his response was, God is all merciful. He's not throwing anybody to hell. They're doing it to themselves. They can walk out of hell anytime they want to. They just have to wake up. Hell is a real experience. We see that like when people deny to me a hell experience, I'm like, dude, I'm seeing people in LA that are in hell right now. Their lives are miserable. I mean, they're in hell. They're maybe wealthy and powerful and famous, but they're in hell. I mean, and we're seeing that. And they could walk out of it too. That's why they're getting therapy. That's why they're doing all these things, right? And so the idea is once you wake up to who you are, heaven and hell fall away, right? But as long as you are not aware of who you are, you experience these realities.
Oh, that is so interesting. I think that, yeah. Wow. Okay. It's like when I decided, I kind of took a break from religious studies around December because it was getting really intense. Or no, it was Lent. It was the thing I gave up for Lent because it was like driving me crazy. I said, that's it. I'm just going to take a break, and I haven't really gotten back. But the last thing I looked up was like what karma actually means. And that is a fascinating concept because Western mind is like so misrepresenting of what it is. And I was like, wow. And so I just kept thinking about that, and that like you're sort of the idea that, you know, your actions, your thoughts, and your attitudes all lead to consequences. Yeah. I'm sort of probably just butchering it because I'm kind of excited, but
well, no, please. You haven't talked a lot today, so I want to hear your excitement. Share us more.
Yeah, so I thought that was really interesting. So instead of it's like, oh, this person did something bad, or this bad thing, so it'll come back around to that. That's really not what it means, my understanding. And correct me if I'm wrong. There was a really great essay written by a contemporary Buddhist. I can't think of the name. I would butcher it anyways if I could. But it did explain that. It's very short. I think I'd love to post it if I could find it. But it was very interesting explaining that it's like your actions. It's like, it's not the idea that somebody does something bad and it comes back around. It's like your own beliefs lead to certain consequences in your life. And breaking the karmic cycle is realizing what you're doing to cause your suffering. Because the way I understood it, it was that the goal of Buddhism too is alleviate suffering. So if you figure out what choices you make, like, for example, I'm trying to apply it to my own life. I've been reading this really interesting book of, strangely of all things, that's about having like a blissful natural childbirth. But my friend recommended it to me because it has a lot of philosophical things that are applicable to other things you want to do in your life. And she's right. And that was one of the things that she talks about as sort of the radical, what does she call it? Like, acceptance of what you do, of your choices. And so I've been kind of looking at my life and saying, for example, I've had some wedding woes, there's family drama, and I'm like, why am I doing this? I hate this. I don't want to be with all this drama, and it's not what I wanted. And then I have to look back and take responsibility for, I chose to have a certain kind of wedding where there was going to be a lot of families. So I made the choice to do that. So in some ways, by realizing that, I'm taking myself out of the victim role. So it's actually making me feel better to say, hey, it's okay. That's fine. And that's part of sort of, I think, the recognition of karma is realizing, hey, what can we do to eliminate the suffering that we're going through? So.
And to bring it down to the 3D for a moment, because a lot of what I do on Dragonstorm has to do with introspective thought and looking at yourself and dealing with past traumas. In the same way that if you don't recognize your past childhood traumas or things that affected you strongly in the past, you will create cycles of self-defeat without even realizing it. You will manifest bad things in your life. If you don't think if you're ever going to have a healthy relationship, well, you're going to manifest unhealthy either an unhealthy relationship through finding a person that facilitates those cycles, or you're going to create them yourself without even realizing it. And a lot of this spiritually, and I think connected into 4D and 3D, has to do with like attaching ourselves to unhealthy cycles chromatically and producing them ourselves, taking ownership for our own thinking and our own direction and understanding, and therefore creating, manifesting, as Cameron was saying, manifesting how you think in this world. And that's why it's important to go to therapy, guys. Just check your head out every now and again, because you don't know if you're creating your own cycles of self-defeat. Trust me.
All right, so here's something that a friend of mine who's a big screenwriter in LA sent me. I'm sure if I can find the link here. I'll find it in a second. But it's an article about this new form of therapy, which is becoming very popular, which is sort of like makes therapists have people go into sort of trance-like hypnotic states, and then they think of different aspects of their minds as parts. And so, but what started happening, this became a very popular means of therapeutic healing and whatever, helping people face their quote unquote inner demons and all that. But the problem with the quote unquote stopped is that more and more the phenomenon became that psychotherapists using this method started conversing with what seemed to be actual demons, with the things were like that were not part of the mind, and they were taking, the person would start speaking from their point of view, and they'd be like, no, I'm not a fractured part of their consciousness. I'm a pre-existing entity that existed.
Oh yeah, I was like, there's 2 books about schizophrenia, right?
Yeah.
Where they're like, we're literally talking to demons.
Yeah.
That was so weird. I was in an esoteric chat on Telegram, but people started talking about that. Fascinating.
So, and what they're discovering is now these psychotherapists are creating training seminars for how to exorcise demons, right? Using this methodology, because they're becoming more and more convinced this isn't just a part of someone's psychological framework. There's an external entity invading their consciousness that's communicating with us when we put them in these trances. And it's fascinating. We're going right back to the old stuff.
Yeah, because if you keep yourself at a certain resonance level, I believe, I believe in guardian angels, spirit guides, things like that. If you leave yourself open to, let's just say, evil forces. If you continue to go in cycles of low vibrational thought, if you continue to hurt others, we are all connected. Hurting someone else is hurting yourself. You are damaging yourself with hateful thought and hateful action.
Because it's all one. Because we're
all one.
There's only one being. So when you're injuring, if I injured one of the 7 people on this panel, I'm literally just injuring myself because I don't exist.
Right. Exactly, sir. And as an ego in a shell, you leave yourself open to demonic possession, to dark forces, to these things coming into your life. And the more you allow yourself to run in cycles of low vibrational thinking, or hurting others, living in anxiety, living in fear, living through hate, then the more you attract those types of beings to yourself. And there absolutely is a chance of possession, like full-on possession taking place. But at best, you are just gravitating these forces to you, which amplify the negativity that you are putting out, because creatures of chaos are looking to create chaos, live and sustain off of that chaos. So, it's interesting. It's an interesting concept when you go into the idea of possession. And it is absolutely, it is a thing. I mean, I think there's enough evidence out there.
That's the Western, because we threw out the baby with the bathwater, right? In our Western culture, in an effort to get rid of superstition, we threw out all the ancient wisdom in the process, right? And and Western materialist thinking limited reality, and reality can't be limited; it's going to intrude, right? So outside of the West, exorcism is a cultural phenomenon today. Islamic world people exorcisms are done live on television in Indonesia, in Saudi Arabia, Pakistan. People, it's like a reality show. They'll send like the Islamic sheikh in to exorcise someone on live television, right? It's a real phenomenon today. I personally, in my Sufi order, which is based in West Africa, they shared with me direct exorcisms of people today that they've experienced, right? And so let me share with you an exorcism story from a friend of mine who is a conservative Catholic, right? So this is an interesting phenomenon. Where now he is not, he's a conservative Catholic. He's one of the Vatican II went too far, right? He's one of those guys, right? And he works as within the exorcist traditions of Catholicism, and he is very much of the belief that no other religion is true. Only Catholicism is true. Everything else is not true. Okay, that's his belief. Fair enough, right? But he got that belief got shaken up by a story that he shared with me, that he was called in as part of a team to exorcise a kid in Southern California, like in Orange County. This was like 3 or 4 years ago. And what had happened was this kid was an Arab Muslim kid, teenager in Orange County, who had found like his grandfather's old stuff and, you know, from Syria or whatever, and found an old book of Arabic magic that his grandfather had that's like hundreds of years old that was hidden away.
Nice.
So, of course, being a teenager, he opens the book and starts reading from it. And then suddenly the parents are, then he's like coming out and proclaiming himself to be a jinn, which is Islamic genie. And he's, and he's like talking crazy stuff. And eventually they have to have him institutionalized because they can't, because that kid's personality is gone and there's this other entity. So they're like, well, he's schizophrenic, he's multiple personality disorder, whatever. So the parents are getting desperate because they can't cure him. And so, you know, and they are sort of a lot of modern Muslims who are disconnected from that tradition growing up in America. They're like, exorcism. They don't even know that they're Islamic exorcists. So they're like, well, I know the Catholic, I watched the movie The Exorcist. I know the Catholic Church does it. So they called up the Catholic Church. Said, could you send us an exorcist to deal with this? So the Catholic Church sends my friend, right? Who, and this is a story he shared with me. Remember, he doesn't believe Islam is true in any way. Judaism is true. Only Catholicism is true. Poor Orthodox Christianity isn't true. Only Catholicism. That's his belief. So he comes in and he starts doing, and he's had a lot of success with the Catholic rite. He comes in to this kid, poor kid who's in a straitjacket, comes in and does the rite, the Catholic rite. And this, or the thing that's inside this kid, the kid laughs in his face, says, that's not going to work on me. I don't believe in your religion. I'm a jinn. So screw off. It's not going to work on me, asshole, right? And he's shocked because it should work. So after none of it works, you know, the kid's laughing at him. He then, against his wish, he reaches out to an Islamic exorcist in Canada who flies out and reads the Quran and does the Islamic rite. And this thing, which believes in that tradition, is out of the kid. It's gone, right? And he, to this day, can't explain that because my religion isn't true. And the only thing that is true is his. But I'm like, look, I'm like, the difference what I try to tell him is like, as a Sufi, I don't deny your religion. I don't deny the Catholics successfully exorcise people. I also know there's a very successful Jewish tradition of exorcism, and the Taoists still do it, right? So the problem you have in your paradigm is you're not recognizing that things might exist outside of, you know, the reality that you have. The universe is bigger. And when the moment you put a block on it, it won't stay there.
Right. And talking outside of the construct of space and time, every religion, every prayer that has happened, is happening, will happen, all exists within the framework of our existence. So something like that is going to be affected by, let's say, the spells or the rituals or rites of that specific paradigm, because it holds power within that slice of the whole. Yeah, I get that. That's an incredible story, brother.
It's almost like maybe things speak a different
language.
Yeah.
Like talking about Chinese, we don't speak Chinese. There's no communication.
Right.
Does it kind of remind us what I was asking you about, like different ghosts when we were talking ghost stories? And I'm like, okay, if you ever watch ghost hunting videos, there are some crazy like Arabic speaking world like videos of like straight up like the ghost hunters, they are like kicking down doors and stuff. And there's some violent like poltergeist like hauntings. And then you watch something like there's like ghosts that we know out here, which are more like residual hauntings. And then there's like stuff in Japan too. And it's all really, really different. I'm fascinated by that because that's obviously there's something there. There's some kind of like ghost or whatever you want to call it, but it's like you don't like it is really. It's like there's some kind of cultural differences there.
Well, and you know, and within the Sufi tradition, we say because we just call this phenomenon jinn, which just means invisible spirit. Notice it's a generic term, invisible spirit. Really? That's what jinn mean. It means the hidden ones. That's literally what it means. So you can put in anything in that. You can throw in Catholic demons. You can throw in Japanese ghosts. You can throw all of it in there because they are entities that cannot be accessed through the five senses. They're invisible to us, but they exist and they're real and they can in fact matter and they can impact our consciousness, right? So, and the Islamic tradition says that all of these things have their own cultures and their religions. So that's why your thing ain't going to work on them if they don't believe it because they have a paradigm. These entities have a paradigm.
just in the same way that we are separated as egotistical beings, but connected to the whole. Yeah, there are those realms which are separated by their own manifestations due to the consciousness involved and the creation, the manifestation of them. Absolutely, brother. And that's why you see the different types of stories and different spells, so to speak, to combat these entities. They are as different as we are from another nationality or a person who speaks another language. But in reality, again, the mind-blowing thing is that they are all connected to the one. We are all connected to source. So it is actually still a part of the same energy matrix, just interpreted in a different way or manifested in a different way.
Our good friend Gooch has got to go. And so my fellow Winnipegger, Che, thanks for coming on. What's coming up next for you? Tomorrow, what's on tomorrow?
Cyberpunk Edgerunners, episode 10, the finale. We're doing that tomorrow night, 10 o'clock Eastern. Be there. And then next week we start X-Men 97. We do Akira on Wednesday, and then Demon Slayer on next Thursday. So come join us for that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Jeez, your week
thanks.
is full. Do you?
Thank you, Jay.
See you, Gooch.
Yeah. No, I don't
care,
take
buddy.
a day off. It's the only way to get. You got to work hard to get what you want. So, everyone, this is an awesome conversation. Again, Cameron, nice talking with you.
It's always great having
Gary.
you on.
Yeah. Nice meeting you, Walton. Kayla,
You too,
I love
brother.
you.
Good night.
Zax and Lady B. Take care. Have a great week, you guys.
See
you
you
soon.
around.
Please go sub to him if you haven't already, because his channel is blowing up and he doesn't ever talk about it or take credit for
No,
it.
humility is a lot of shit, man.
Yeah.
Don't be humble with God, even if you don't want to use the word God. Don't be humble on your stuff. Talk about it.
Well, I just, I believe in working hard to get what you want, and I've been busting hump. And Kayla can vouch for me. I've had this plan for a long time, and
For a long time, and it's rolling. He manifested it.
yeah, so
Because the whole thing with manifestation is that you actually have to be doing the work.
yes, and I work nonstop. So
He deserves it, and he makes great stuff, and he's doing it all live, and ton of respect for him. And 8K subs you picked up in like 6 weeks, something like that.
no, it's been I don't know what since February, March. I can't remember.
Incredible, brother! Congratulations.
Well, I appreciate that.
It's amazing.
It's just been a blast, and it's not just me. Everyone that comes on, they get their points in there too. I appreciate everyone. Zax, you've been on there. I've had Gary on there. Kayla's been on there numerous times. So, you guys in the chat, you guys are awesome. You guys, if we can't do this without you guys, so
subscriber.
yes, I did. It's been a Gooch kind of day. So, you guys are awesome. Take care. Have a great night. Thank you so much.
See you, brother.
No calls. No calls.
Good night, bro.
You too, brother.
Here.
There we go. Okay, we're back. Where were we?
We were
I just
hearing
feel like
wonderful
now you had a
insights.
Nirvana shirt on for this conversation.
Yeah,
What I want to do is, what is Gary?
it's
up
on
to?
purpose. I wore it for this conversation, actually. And
Yeah.
like
Crap,
no one
I
else
wanted
picked up on
someone
it,
to
but I
pull
appreciate
cards
that.
for Jay. I wanted someone to pull cards for Jay so bad.
Let's get Gary to say something. He's just been sitting there.
Yeah,
Yes.
Gary,
Like,
what's your
Buddha under the
take
Bodhi
on this?
Come on.
What are we talking about now?
I don't
It's
know.
like,
We'll talk about consciousness, demons. Maybe we can get back to the idea of premonition and future.
Oh, yeah,
well, look,
Synchronicity.
I am a Jungian. I've been researching and reading Jung since I was 16. I owe a lot to Peter Gabriel and Sting because of their fascination and writing about him got me reading. And as a Catholic, Jungian psychology is what they use within the Catholic Church. So I always found that fascinating. And I almost went into the priesthood. I went to seminary, had sex, and decided I didn't want to do that anymore. And, it might have been gay. I don't know. I'm not saying.
We are an open group here. It's all good. It's all good.
But look, I've been professionally writing and doing art for 35 years. I don't really, it's been a problem, and Zax knows this. People that watched our shows for 5 years had no idea what I did for a living because they just don't talk about it. And I decided, I'm talking about some of the stuff. And I've written extensively about Carl Jung. I wrote a screenplay that I'm now adapting into a graphic novel that talks about, with fiction mixed with reality, of what Jung did when he broke with Freud.
Yeah.
And that he went into Asia, Africa, the Far East, Near East, researching all forms of the paranormal and the beliefs. And the fact that, there's something going on here, he said. And he got into a fight with Freud over it. And Freud was terrified of what he was doing. And in my story, of course, I have him put a young female student to spy on him, and who would eventually become Jung's wife. Mm-hmm. And most of this is based on fact. And then I just throw a whole bunch of supposition in there with some of Jung's own theories to tell these horrifying stories of the paranormal that he dealt with, mm-hmm. and what he believed. And then I also take other folklore and bring it in just for fun, for shits and giggles. Mm-hmm. And I really have been fascinated by Jung, and I believe in synchronicity. And synchronicity is, of course, you guys bring it up, you're saying things that actually is what synchronicity is, which is all things are connected at the microscopic and macroscopic levels, that the flutter of a butterfly's wings on one side of the planet causes ripples all the way to the other side. And I don't really, because I'm a pragmatist, I'm very practical, I'm very, I'm science oriented. I do have my beliefs, and I'm devoutly Catholic to certain degrees. And I'm also Taoist, because I believe in Taoism saved me. And
Taoism, you can see it as a philosophy. It's completely
that's how I treat it.
With all
tradition. It's very compatible with my beliefs.
Yeah.
And I find Taoism to be just wonderful, because the painting of the wine taster painting, yep, is so exemplary of why Taoism is so wonderful. Mm-hmm. Because while all the other ones had all these bitter, nasty, sour tastes, Taoism was, hey, look, you're having an experience. Rejoice in that. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter what it tastes like. What matters is the experience. And it's a very proactive way of being. Mm-hmm. And all these things I've studied for years. I have my doubts with faith, which is why I don't like to get into conversations about religion, because I'm what you would call a Gnostic, but I do believe something is there. And physics talks about it all the time. That's why Einstein had his theories of what he believed God was, because this stuff didn't happen by accident. This is the fight between physics and natural sciences, why they don't get along, because they believe a Big Bang happened and it made all this shit happen. And physicists go, if a Big Bang happened, why hasn't it happened over and over and over again? It should, by every principle, have happened multiple times. Yet time is consistent. We know that here on Earth, there's potential resets that have happened. But including the burning of the library in Alexandria. And we talk about that because I don't know if you guys know who Don Ecker is. He was UFO Magazine co-editor, lead writer. He actually was close friends with Alexander Sitchins. And I do a show every Monday with him. We talk about the paranormal. And I've never shared what happened to me because I had a paranormal experience. I've dealt with ghosts and stuff like that. What I'm talking about is an experience with synchronicity, where something happened in a dream, and what happened in my dream was prophetic to what happened over the next few days in my life. And it took me back to Jung's dream about World War I, that basically what Jung was trying to explain is that the brain is a massive computer. And there's all this information, data flying around in the sky. We hear it through the news, people talking, energies given off of people. People give off energies. They're real. I don't believe in mysticism. I believe in the tangible. And I do know that these things exist. And I believed Alexander Sitchins with his ability to remote view. I believe all of these things are explainable through science, and that's what Jung is. He is the father of parapsychology. He is the first modern parapsychologist. And in my dream, I had this bizarre dream where suddenly I was with my wife, and we were just, she seemed very distant and aloof. And I couldn't understand it. We're both in the military, we're separated. And we're getting ready in real life to get back together again to because we had a kid, and I was raising the kid. And I had this dream where she smoked. She's never smoked in her life, and she's smoking in the dream and just being so weird with me. And every time we would start to get serious and talk, she'd walk away and go someplace else. And when she arrived, I went to pick her up at the bus station. The first thing, she was smoking a cigarette. Never smoked in her life. And I just dreamt it a few days before. And I noticed that immediately. I'm like, what the fuck? And then over the next day, I started reading her because I read people. I'm an INFJ personality type, and I'm sensitive
me
to
too.
reading.
I'm an INFJ.
You know, and my girlfriend's INFJ, and that's why we meld really well together. And
I'm Canadian.
and we forgive you for that. And so I picked up off of her, and I'm sitting there. This really happened just like this. I had put our baby to bed, and I'm sitting down. I was talking to her, and then I just stopped talking, and I went, "Oh my God, you've fallen in love with somebody." And she got quiet. And all of this was in my dream, just 3 to 4 days before it happened. And I walked away from that just broken, like, what the fuck wow. But then I started realizing that every single sign was there, and my subconscious picked it up and repeated it back to me in a dream, because that's what it is. Our subconscious is always trying to talk to us. Sometimes left up, and sometimes it's trying to let us know information. And this is where, when you brought up something earlier, and I'm talking to you, Kay, you brought up something earlier, is that everybody has the potential. It's just, are you open to it? And have you opened yourself to it? You know, this energy, because everything travels. In the Catholic Church, we refer to that as the Holy Spirit. It's an energy that's traveling around all the time. And it's a positive force of energy. And I always believe that some of the best songwriters really do touch that and are in tune with it. You can hear it through the powerful lyrics that they write. But, and Sting's one of them. Peter Gabriel is the one I think probably most in tune with that energy because of what he writes about. It's powerful stuff. But I got to tell you, man, I haven't had another experience like that, but I have moments where I know something's going to happen before it happens. And people used to think it was weird because in a bar in the military, I always would say, we got to go. And we would leave right when a fight was about to break out. And they're like, how do you fucking do that? And I said, I'm a barometer towards people. And I can read when shit's going negative. I can always tell when shit's going down. I can see it in people's eyes and shit like that. And that's it. I just wanted to share that bit there because I'm fascinated by Carl Jung and what he did. And it has helped illuminate things for me in my adult life and make me a little more comfortable with understanding things that have happened in my life, because there's nothing worse than not understanding things for human beings. We have to understand. We're driven to understand what's going on in our lives. And sometimes the only thing that explains it is there is shit out there that you don't understand, and it's more powerful than you, and it's okay. You don't get it. It's all right. Don't worry about it. So I don't fret over. Okay. Yep. I pray every day. I keep my faith that way. And I'm hoping that'll save me in the end, because I'm a jackass in real life. Zax knows this probably more than anybody with me. I'm a complete jackass. And I'm a jerk to most of my friends.
Heart of gold, Gary.
Cameron's had a taste of it. I love Cameron. Cameron's one of my favorite people.
Yeah,
Are you jackass or are you just honest?
I'm honest. I'm blunt.
So, yeah, I love people that are blunt because you know where you stand with them. You know,
well, I don't see a point. I just turned 60. And it's like I know I've got less time on this earth than what I've spent here, and so when people get irritated, I get very irritated with my time being wasted, and I hate wasting other people's time.
Nadia's here. Hey, Nadia.
I feel the same
There's
way.
Nadia. Hi, Nadia.
We did miss
Nadia's going to be on our show tomorrow.
Nice.
Nadia is awesome.
Yeah, we're doing, fanzine. Greg and I have been friends for years, and we've been trying to do a show. We're finally going to launch a show tomorrow night, and Nadia is joining us.
Oh, awesome.
We're going to be talking about one of my favorite bad films of all time, Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Is that a guilty pleasure, Gary?
It is a guilty pleasure. Because look, man, it's not really written very well, and it's silly as hell. But I just fucking love that movie. Killer popcorn and putting people in cotton candy cocoons. Come on, how can you not love that?
Dig it.
Sure.
Dude, thank you for that. Thank you for that insight, Gary. Again, it shows me that no matter what labels or differences or different perspectives that we have, how alike we are. And man, that was very insightful, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And by the way, that is the next, after I finish the current book I'm working on, not Code Word Journal, Vindicated Inc. I am going to start working on the book Jung. And one of my screenwriter friends, who's probably one of the best critics, read it and said it was one of the best damn things he ever read because it was so horrifying and engrossing, because he's like, he expected military from, because I always write military stuff. And he's like, you wrote about Carl Jung. I did not expect that. So, there you go.
How did you get into Carl Jung? Like, what drew you
when I got the song from Peter Gabriel, I'm trying to remember which album it is. I think it's The Rhythm and the Heat is the song. I can't remember what album it's from, which is about Jung's travels into the Congo. And it's an amazing song, mostly music, but it's just so visceral the way it moves. World rhythm, and I'm like, who the hell is Carl Jung? And I asked my dad. He goes, I don't know who the hell that is. Ask Father Weems. So I went to my godfather and I said, Father, who's Carl Jung? Oh, Carl Jung. Oh, let me tell you who he is. And he gave me a dissertation on who it was. And so I went and got a book to read like who he was. And I thought, this guy's fucking weird. He's weird, So I'm like, okay. And then I started reading more, and I started reading about his dream interpretation is what really got me going. His dream interpretation that was borrowed by Freud and changed by Freud. The original dream interpretation is far more interesting. Then he starts talking about dream analysis and the archetypes that we all perceive and have in these dreams, that you can sit down and read these dreams that you had the next day. And I've done it many a time going, what the fuck was that dream about? Oh, that's interesting. My subconscious talking to me again. But then I started reading about his theory of synchronicity. And then that damn song came out when I was 18, 2 years later, the song Synchronicity 1 and Synchronicity 2. And I was drawn in. That was it. I was sold for the rest of my life on Carl Jung.
That's cool.
That is really cool. Yeah, it was interesting to me that you said you're an INFJ. I've only met one other INFJ, and both are INFJ assertive types, where I'm INFJ turbulent, I guess.
I've tested INFJT as well, depending on the test.
So
I mean, they're all based on Jung's 16 personality types.
Yeah,
And
the
what
Myers-Briggs
Myers-Briggs
too.
did is they took his test and modified it to modern life, and it's actually great for business. And when I took it, it changed my life, that test, because I thought there was something wrong with me, that I don't interact with people, that even with around other nerds, I don't feel like I belong. I always feel like an outsider. My closest friends, best friends, they knew this about me. And I thought there was something wrong with me. I worried I was maybe suffering from sociopathy, or, maybe I had borderline personality disorder. I was really afraid of that shit. And then in 2000, I took my first test, and I walked away going, what? And I started reading it. And some people think that horoscopes tell them something. They don't. They're very generalized.
No, this
I was
really.
reading this, and it was telling me very specific things about who I am and how weird I am. And that INFJs make up less than 2% of all human beings.
Wow.
And I'm like, that's why I'm so weird. That's why I don't feel comfortable. And when I meet other INFJs, it's neat. And my girlfriend tested and found out she was. And I'm like, really? She says, yes. And she showed me the test. And I'm like, holy shit. Maybe that's why we like each other. But all INFJs don't get along because they're different kinds. There are some that are assertive and some that aren't. There's Cameron.
Cameron's back.
I think it's interesting to me. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Cameron.
No, I just say I stepped away to do one of the 5 Islamic prayers because the sun is now completely gone. There's no sunlight, so the sunset prayer is done. Let's go back.
So I got into the Jungian stuff, and I explained some of the things that happened to me. That's all. And I had a prophetic dream that happened 3 days later. Everything in the dream happened.
I've had
and it was
several of
really
those.
bizarre. And it broke my heart because it ended my marriage.
Wow.
And I foresaw the end of my marriage days before it happened without any knowledge of what's going on. So
I want to just highlight something here quickly before we move on. Sorry, Gary.
My friend she's INFJ too.
Who is that?
My friend Lauren. She just walked over. She was INFJ. I'm INFJ too. Have you ever taken that test, Cameron?
No, I have not. I have no idea what I would come out to be. I mean, I don't know if you could guess. The categories.
Well, some people misunderstand what being an extrovert and an introvert is. And an introvert is somebody who's self-energized. And good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, we're going to have a blast tomorrow. But extroverts are people who require energy from other people, and they have to interact with them. And there are also people who tend to ask, well, what do you think about this? And do you think I'm in? Whereas people who are introverts, we don't really. I seek the sage advice of only one person in my life, and I've been friends with them for 55 years.
By that definition, Gary, then I would be an introvert, even though I'm largely very sociable, I think, and like to connect with people.
Well, INFJs are.
Yeah. So I mean, you have to be a writer. I lock myself up for hours a day without human contact in order to create.
And you're comfortable with comfortable with you being alone. And some people don't understand
a lot of
actors
need to be
left alone.
Yeah, a lot of actors need to be an actor. I think there's a correlation with a deep need for feedback. And writers can survive without feedback. We would love applause. We would love to be appreciated, but we survive without it. Whereas I don't know that many actors can. I think that it wilts them. I think they need the energy exchange.
Yeah, and it explains so much. Like I'm a drummer. I like hiding behind my drums. When I played keyboards, I hid behind my keyboards. I didn't want to be out front. I like being in the back. Don't notice me. Don't pay attention to me. I'm just going to sit back here and be quiet. And I can be quiet. So people are weirded out because I'm so talkative. But I can be quiet for like a long period and just not talk. I'm just listening. And I think it's important and I think it's something that's inherent with INFJs is being an active listener. And listening to what people are saying and really what they're saying. Because you can hear a lot more than what people think they're hearing. You can hear a lot about who that person is by what they're talking about.
So Gary, what I'd love to do is to bring it back to the topic that Zach's initially suggested, about premonitions, because you linked right into it, is that you had a prophetic dream that was tragic, but it was also perhaps a necessary warning to maybe, I don't know the circumstances, but the fact is I came in late into the conversation, but it seems to have been triggered by your self-conscious exploration of your identity and consciousness, right? So it brings us back to the idea of, is what triggers premonitions and prophecies and things like that. It seems to be related to consciousness. And if we are doing the kind of work that Kayla has been talking about, the kind of internal spiritual work, when we're turning the consciousness internally, perhaps that by definition opens us up to this Akashic record, if you want to call it the eternal tablet thing, where all events past, present, and future are recorded. And maybe by turning our consciousness inward, we can access it intentionally or unintentionally. I don't know if that's a point of conversation.
Yeah, that's interesting to think that maybe the things that we see are just us like having access at the moment we need to see something. Like I've had 3 different dreams like that where they're hyper realistic. I feel like every time it happens to me, I'm not dreaming so much as it's a memory of something that hasn't happened yet. And the first time it happened, it was some weird thing, like where I was a kid and we were camping in our tent trailer and something happened. And it was like, we never would have figured out how to fix this, but I dreamed that my brother had fixed it in a certain way and I told him what to do and everything happened the same way. And then the second time it happened, I had a dream that our house would get broken into. And exactly again, it just did. And then the third dream I had like this, that made me upset for like days. I had a dream that me and my brother were together and we were in the automotive section of Walmart, and I don't know what happened. I felt like there was some kind of a bomb attack or something. And we were both like mortally injured and we were dying. And I was trying to calm my brother down and to tell him it was okay to not be afraid of dying and stuff like that. And I explained how it was because I've had like a out-of-body experience and stuff. It made me so upset. I couldn't deal with it. And it was so realistic. To this day, I will not go into a Walmart auto center with my brother. It's like, if we go to Walmart and we need to go there, it's like, you go there by yourself. We're not going to this together. It scared me that much. It's so weird.
But, and hopefully that isn't a prophetic dream.
I hope it isn't. I hope that enough of me seeing it and us changing. Yeah.
Well, maybe, because, going back to Gary talking about Jungian symbolism, right? Who knows what those symbols of what you saw in that Walmart environment might have meant to you, right? Those symbols may represent the death of something, and maybe the death of something can be good, like the death of an unhappy experience, the death of an unhealthy situation. We don't know the details, and and obviously it scares you perhaps to go back and look at those, but maybe it wasn't meant to be a literal death, but maybe it's meant to be you helping.
I don't really know, because it wasn't really like a dream. Like it didn't seem, there was nothing. It was like a hyper realistic experience. Was your experience like that, Gerry? Was it like was it like this is like I got the sense when all this time happening, I wasn't dreaming, like I was seeing something. Does that make sense? It was very weird.
That's wild. Yeah.
So
lucid. What is that called? Lucid. No, I'm asking you, Cameron. Lucid dreaming. That's it. Lucid dreaming is something I've had since I was a child, because I control my dreams if I have to. I don't have out of control dreams anymore, because in my dream, I'm well aware I am dreaming. And so therefore, if something prophetic is happening in the dream, it's I'm aware of it when it's happening, which is why I'll wake up going, I'm going to make a little joke in it, but it's true. When I was in the Army, I had this dream where I was having sex with my girlfriend, and then a drill sergeant ran up behind me, yelling at me, told me to get off my girlfriend because I wasn't doing it right, and proceeded to make me stand at attention and watch him have sex with my girlfriend. And I woke up, and this happened. I went, oh God, oh my God, I've been here too long. I shouldn't have gone in the Army. This is terrible. And
well, because I can see the meaning of that it's taken over your intimate life, right? All of your life is being subservient to this.
It's into your, they get under your skin. And that was what that dream was just telling me. Is all it was I need to chill the hell out, but when you're awake, now you're saying you had this while you were awake, this type of dream thing? Is that what you're saying, Lady
Balefire?
No, it was like when I was asleep. But every time they've happened, it's like
it was while you were asleep.
Yeah, but it felt like it was weird. It didn't feel like it was a dream. Like, does that even make any sense? Like, sometimes this was definitely a dream. Like, I was asleep when this is happening. I felt like I was shown something almost.
So I'm gonna bring it back to some of the mystical stuff we talked about, right?
Yeah.
So we talked about this links to the idea of free will and predestination that exists a lot of that conversation, especially in the Abrahamic tradition, free will, predestination. Yeah. And people have theologically argued about it. They can't resolve it. So, and in the Islamic tradition, we have multiple schools of theology that have argued about it, have been able to resolve it. One school resolved it, at least for me. And that's the theological school of Islam that I follow, right? It is a school that came up with this solution. This is 1,000-year-old solution theologically about free will versus predestination. Well, because the idea is in Islam, God wills everything at the same time. You have free will. So how is that compatible, right? Again, on a mystical level, it's because you don't exist. You are just a manifestation of God. So his free will is your free will, right? But let's say we're not even at that mystical level. So because most people ain't ready for that. That's too much, right? Especially in traditional monotheism, that feels like pantheism. A lot of Muslims don't like it. They get very uncomfortable with that kind of talk, right? And so let's just look theologically within traditional Islamic law.
Can you go into why they feel uncomfortable with it?
Because Islam likes to see itself as a very strictly monotheistic religion. There's God, there's creation, right. And in the average person's understanding of that is duality. There's God and there's creation. There's two things, right? And a Sufi is all about experiencing unity, right? And that's why the average person might be like, you're violating the unity, the uniqueness of God, and are making it pantheistic, which is not the monotheism of Islam.
Okay, I get it.
So setting that aside, but there's a theological argument, not even using Sufi mysticism. And the argument was, how is that possible? And the Islamic school's answer, the one that I follow, is that the entire universe is a choose your own adventure book. God wrote all possible outcomes of every, like we talk about in quantum physics, that there's the multiple parallel worlds theory, that if you went left, this could happen. If you went right, this could happen. And in that interposition, right? And so this, the idea is that there is a universe. God has written every possible universe based on every possible choice that you could make. And you, as the choose your own adventure reader, are choosing the storyline.
That is so cool. That was exactly what that childbirth book I was reading was saying, is that if you believe that God exists and that through God all things are possible and God can foresee everything, then you as a manifestation of God have the ability to access everything, and that sometimes it is by our choices that we make that we limit the possibilities that are open to us or the mindsets that we have. So if you open yourself to just believing that the possibility exists, like quantum physics things, that like the observation makes it a reality, you just thinking it makes it a possibility for you to have. And that when you start believing something could be true, you start making tiny changes in your life that lead to you having that as a possibility. And then of course you can make more conscious decisions that lead to it. It's a very, very, very empowering idea.
Well, and going back to your dream that still disturbs you, let's say, for example, that is a prophetic dream. Mm-hmm. What it is showing you one possible choose your own adventure scenario and what you are doing. And it's a warning. And so you are now choosing to not let those sequence of events.
Yeah, that's exactly what I take it. All of those things is something it just happened. And then something it's like, I know this is something bad that could happen and that it's in the realm of possibility. So I try to do everything I can to, the way that brings us back to the one thing we talked about is all of the great actual sort of religious, even though it's not religious, but philosophical ideas that are in Wheel of Time.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that Wheel of Time.
Yes, Wheel of Time with Cameron. Yeah,
that was a good video.
Yeah, and one of the key villains on that is Shamael. He's a whole nihilist, and he goes on this thing there's only one possible outcome he sees as happening, which drives him into serving the Dark One. So that's fascinating.
And see, that's the limitation. That's the limitation. The idea is you're limiting God.
Mm-hmm.
And that is arguably what the Abrahamic traditions are talking about when you think of idolatry, that you've limited God to this form within time and space.
Interesting thing.
Yeah. There's also the idea of having prophetic dreams for yourself. I like the way that Lady Balefire described it. But where Gary's coming from, someone else made a choice to come to a specific point in time, something that would impact him. And so that prophecy, or him having that dream and it coming out into fruition, really didn't have anything to do with his own decisions, his own choices. That was a choice that was made by someone else, which led to impact him, which is why he was able to see those things, or able to see.
I was reading the energies. That's all I was doing, was reading energy that was being given off by her. And because love is a major blocker. When you love somebody,
it'll blind you.
Seeing a lot
Absolutely.
And it blinded me of what was really going on with her. And I've always said, because I was never mad at her about that. I was like, look, man, I get it. Because I was a soldier and I stopped being a soldier to raise other kids, our daughter. And it just, that's what happened, and I became boring. So I'm like, I can't, because she wanted to be married to G.I. Joe and I wasn't anymore. I was Mr. Mom. I was the one that took care of the kid and stayed home.
You became boring.
I was
and she
boring
wanted
as
excitement.
Shit, dude.
Right.
And I got it. But it's when you love somebody,
awesome,
you really love somebody, you can't see a lot of things. And that's the problem is, people don't remember how to be objective about their life anymore. And it's important that you have to stop and really look at shit in your life, the people in your life. And I'm not one of those mystic people at all, but I absolutely recognize toxic people when I meet them. And I listen to what they talk about and how they talk about it. And I've cut so many people out of my life because I realize they're just not very good proactive people. And you want to have, especially if you're a writer, okay, you want the most positive, proactive people in your life. You don't want those naysayers, like there was a cartoon that came out when I was a kid. I'm sure Cameron might remember it. The Adventures of, what's his name? The Lilliputians and the
Yeah, I actually do remember it. There was, I know the one you're talking about.
In it. He was always going, "You'll never make it, Gulliver. We're all going to die." And you get those people in your life, man. And sometimes it's very subtle.
Yes.
And you've got to learn to be more in tune with what's going on with yourself. I'm not telling you to be narcissistic. I'm telling you just to be aware of what's going on in your life and the people you're interacting with, and making sure you're being proactive with other people, but then stop and take a look. Are they being proactive with me, or are my feelings about them blocking seeing what they're really doing?
Right, Gary.
And
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, that's it.
So
I'm done for the night. That'll be $35, Zax.
One of the things that I teach, or
Canadian,
one of the things
$35.
That's
one of the things that I try to impart.
$3,500.
Let him talk. One of the things you teach.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt. One of the things that I teach on Dragonstorm, which is a narcissistic abuse recovery channel, recovery and awareness channel, is your emotions cloud your judgment. And when you see things the way that you want to see them, from the survivor's perspective, you get caught up in this trauma bond where you fall into the lies of the person that is trapping you in this relationship, who is, love bombing, devaluing, keeping you stuck in fight or flight. You eventually it's a cycle of abuse. You begin to graft to the delusion that the narcissist is giving you, or the toxic person that's abusing you. And you do this because you want to believe the first love bomb. You want to believe, the beautiful period, when they treated you the way that, that you always wanted to be treated by this con artist. And you want to believe that. You have to, in order to break away from that, and in order to see yourself and how you've betrayed yourself, how you've not been a friend to yourself, not loved yourself, is because you're blinded by emotion. Emotional control is key, because not everyone is going to have an authentic heart or be an authentic personality to someone else. And people who don't have people with weak boundaries, or haven't been through a traumatic experience, or just don't have the innate knowledge to see and understand that if a person's words and actions do not align, a liar stands before you, then you want to believe the best in somebody, especially if you've been through trauma in early childhood, because you want to believe everybody can get past it. Everybody can work. Everybody's trying to be their best person, the best version of themselves, and that's not the truth. And what will blind you to anyone in your life who's being an energy vampire, who is trying to use you and manipulate you, is your emotions, your idea of friendship, your idea of love, projecting that onto someone else. So emotional control in healing or in interpreting people through their actions, not words, always pay attention to how somebody moves, is being able to not apply as much as you can, not apply your emotions into a situation, understanding yourself. Because there's a lot of trauma in abusive relationships. There's a lot of trauma that goes back and forth, of course, just by the nature of a toxic relationship. But you get to a point where you become blinded yourself. You don't see things as they are because you don't want to see them. You want to believe that person is good. You want to believe that you're being treated fairly. You want to believe that they are enacting in toxic behaviors because of their traumas and they're actually trying to better themselves. And if you love them enough, that they will change. But that's not the truth. Everyone's responsible for their own decisions. Emotional control is something that I had to learn myself because I was emotionally unregulated for a long time in my life. Didn't even realize it. Introspective work does a lot. It does a lot for you. But yeah, you're right, Gary. When it comes to being blinded by someone else, be it friend, a relationship, family member, you usually, we project our loyalty or our friendships or our emotions onto someone else.
It's all about projection. You project things onto other people. And what you think, your ideals and what you think they are, instead of paying attention.
And that blinds you because you need to believe. Then you get to a point where you need to believe, and a lot of it comes from, and believe it or not, a place of selfishness. I need to believe that this person is good. I need to believe that this situation is going to get better. And you've got to learn to reel that in when it comes to the spiritual aspect, or having a connection with source, or using any type of psychic ability. Emotion comes into play. Emotion will blind you. Emotion will keep you from being able to have premonitions or see things the way that you need to see them. And I got a lot of that comes from ego and selfishness, which is a hard thing for people to detach from and understand what a healthy ego is and what unhealthy ego is. So, I just wanted to add that in because, man, as soon as you said your emotions were blinding you, I know exactly what you were talking about. It's the first chemical addiction of our bodies, ladies and gentlemen. And you believe it or not, your mind runs a certain script over and over again, and you will train your body to live in certain states. And if you do it long enough, anxiety, fear, if you do it long enough, you're chemically addicted to those emotions. So not only when you're trying to correct your own behavior and understand yourself, you have to fight your body, your mind, and your spirit, because energetically, if you're vibrating at a certain frequency for so long, you are attracting those types of people, those situations, manifesting those into your life.
Yeah.
So it's a triple threat, keeping
a
healthy. Oh, go ahead, Cameron.
So I wanted to bring this full circle to actually going back to early part of our conversation where Khaleesi was introducing herself, because I had not interacted with you before, talking about your experience with yoga. So it goes back to something you were saying about how mastery of the body, right? And and so we Sufis look at each religion bringing a specific kind of mastery. In Hinduism's, the mastery that it brings is the mastery of the body, and through yoga as one of the principal means. And so I was wondering if you had perspectives on how mastery of the body can change our egoistic perspective that we're talking about here, right? That if we can actually learn to master the body, maybe the direction of our consciousness shifts.
Well, it's not just mastering the body, it's mastering the mind, body, spirit, unifying everything all together. So it's not just one thing, and then there's also breath work as well. So it's basically like having all of these systems interact together on the same page. So as far as like just the body, I would say it's listening to your body. If that makes any sense, like listening to your body. Everyone's body is very different too. And I mean, there's an idea with yoga, like what is the correct pose? What is an incorrect pose? Well, everyone's body's shaped differently.
Sure.
And everyone's alignment, it's getting the alignment. So
so I work in Hollywood, so I work as a screenwriter in this industry, and so I've taken, because I'm a director as well, I've taken a lot of acting classes, because I think first of all, I think everyone should take acting classes. I think it's just a good exercise psychologically, and also for all the grumbling people who are like, these dumb actors are just like a bunch of kids. It's like, you try it. It ain't easy, right? But one of the central things that acting teaches you is that a true actor is in their body. The body is the instrument, right? And the way that the audience knows that you are fully present and the performance is true is your body is reacting to it, right?
Yes.
And you know, I don't claim to be an actor professionally. I'm not. I have other skills. But the moments that I've actually had some breakthroughs in acting classes where I have been present, I was fully in my body. When someone said something to me, my body reacted. My face got flushed, even though I know that's their line. I've read the script. I know they're going to say this line, and I have a line in response to that. But because I was so present in my body when they said it, my body reacted to it. And that's the moment when the acting teacher said, okay, you're beginning to get it now.
No, that is a big part of it too. You know, just being in your body, trusting your body. But that also goes with intuition too. You know, trusting your feeling, that feeling that you get in your physical body. I hope I'm making sense. I'm a little tired.
You
right
absolutely
now.
are.
No, you
No, you absolutely are.
I have
I'm like-
fibromyalgia, and I was reading about how like your body stores like memories in your fascia.
Yes.
This sort of jelly substance, and I've been trying to like sort of break that down, and I had a lot of like childhood trauma with medical procedures, and I'm trying to heal the relationship I have with my body, and I really wanted to try to tap into the spiritual connection with yoga, because every time I've done yoga, and this is really weird for me, I get very, very, very emotional. Like I stretch and I feel like I'm releasing. I'm trying to do the breath work. That is the hardest part of yoga for me, is that
breath work.
And then I get emotional and I'll like start crying. So I really feel like there's something there, and I don't know how to like tap into that.
So
I have to talk to you later about this.
But no, that's very true. And actually that does happen to a lot of people in yoga classes, especially when it's areas that poses that primarily like affect like the solar plexus or the sacral chakra, or even root chakras for the most part. Sometimes some heart openers too, but a lot of things with like opening the hips, like a lot of hip openers, pigeon pose. I've seen people break down into tears into pigeon pose. But yes, that's like yin yoga would probably be a practice that you may, because everyone's different. I can't speak on what my experience is and how your experience is going to be, but yin, it does allow for like myofascial release and a release of the fascia.
Cool. I'm writing that down.
So yin yoga, and in that one, it's not like a vinyasa. So you're not really doing like a flow. You're holding a pose. So when I was introduced to yoga, I got in through restorative and yin in the book. Well, it was the book first. I was in physical therapy for an injury. I tore my SIJ joints and cracked a part of my sacrum.
Ow.
So after a while, when I started doing like the more of the physical part of physical therapy, I was given this book to read. I read the book. I fell in love with the book. And then she started incorporating some of those yoga poses into my recovery. So yin and restorative was like kind of where I started. Vinyasa, I didn't even know what vinyasa was until I went to school in January. That was like a completely different realm.
Wow.
So yin, you're holding a pose and you're pushing yourself to your edge. In yoga, there's never any pain. So if you're in a pose and you're feeling pain, no, because you're not supposed to be in any pain. Because a big thing about the practice of yoga, it's to release suffering, and it's suffering on all levels. It's not just one level. Even though like I'm talking about just the asana portion right now. So yin, you get into a pose, you hold it for a longer amount of time, and then finding your edge is basically till you get to that point where you feel sensation and you hold it there. And then the hardest thing to do when you're in that pose, it's not the pose itself. It's not letting your mind take a hold. So if you have the thought, you recognize the thought that you have and you release it.
Yeah. That's interesting. I found that, and I think I've tried yoga off and on for a while, and then it wasn't until recently that I started trying to work on emotional stuff or energetic stuff when I was doing it, that I really started to have like breakthroughs. But it's been hard. It's been a hard thing. I've been going through a lot of big changes in my life this year, and I feel like I need to do that again. It feels like every time like I get away from it, it kind of draws me back. Gets me back on track.
I want
something keeping you
but
there.
I don't want to sound too forward right now. I feel like there is something. All right, and this is just what I feel, and I do a lot of like I speak on how I feel or what comes to me
Go
through
for
feelings. I know this is really odd. So I just feel that you keep circling back to things or whatever the case. It's because you haven't processed something or there's something that you haven't learned yet from there.
Yeah.
So you keep being brought back to it. If that makes any sense.
Well, life is very cyclical when you're, because I have a prime example I don't want to talk about in front of people. It's too personal, but there's something cyclical that has occurred in my life at different times. And the third time I realized, oh my God, I'm supposed to learn something here that I failed to learn. And I made a decision and it has not repeated itself since.
Yeah, I feel that.
So I agree.
I think it's and I think the truest power, like when I think of power, I don't think of raw power as in like physical power. What I believe power is knowledge and how you choose to use that knowledge, right? I think with you're obtaining knowledge. Okay. You're definitely obtaining knowledge, but there's something deeper you're missing. It's beyond just like the source of knowledge.
I totally know what you mean because this has been a year where I've had things happening
on a private level.
Yeah, like
sometimes
cycles have been breaking for me, and I feel like it's coming. This has come back to some things that I started earlier, and I don't think I was ready to do this work yet. So coming back, I think
So it's not about being ready.
Or
we're never ready for anything.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's not about that. I will say the next, I don't know why I'm hearing this, but there's something about the number 8 for you. There's something about the number 8 and it's 8 weeks from now, 8 months from now, or it could be August for all I know, but there's something with the number 8. There's something number 8 with you that just
That's interesting.
It's something with that.
8 is also the symbol of
infinity.
cycle. See, 8 is a symbol of cycle.
Oh, definitely that. But no, I'm talking like in a time frame for her. There's something then. I don't know exactly what it is. There's either going to be something that comes in that you've been waiting for to come in, or it's basically like that's when things are really going to shift. I think right now you just started in it. I think you've been like, I hate to say it, but I think you just started in it. I think that you have been teeter-tottering for a long time. Probably a good between 7 and 10 years. But even then, there's things from your teenage years. I would say 12 to 15. There was a lot of things that happened in that time frame for you. So I think whatever it is now, okay, it's you're just going into it. And I think there's like some kind of resistance, like you want to pull yourself back, but you just have to shift your perspective on you. You have the knowledge. And I think if you continue to tell yourself you're not ready or you're not healed enough or you need more, you're just going to keep cycling back. And I think that's part of it for you.
That's interesting.
So
I know it's interesting throwing this out there. I'm getting married on July 27th. So
that's 7/7.
Right.
Or 7/9 actually.
Congratulations.
So congratulations. So it's all good. So, but I want to actually tie these wonderful things that Kayla is saying. First of all, now others may know I've now learned that you are a sensitive and you have, and so it ties in directly to what we've been talking about, which is prophecy, intuition, all these things. And thank you for sharing that. We got to watch some of this live here, and but it ties into what we've been talking about, which is the idea of cycles, and ties in what Gary was saying about cycle. Remember what I said is that the Sufis talk about escape the false idea of the material soul is to awaken to it, that you're actually infinite. You're not tied to time and space, and reincarnation is within time and space, right? And so reincarnation is, again, the idea that we're talking about cycles, that until you learn the lesson, right? Which is what Buddha is saying, is that, you know, if you follow the Eightfold Path, you'll break out of this illusion, and you will not be trapped within the realm of cause and effect, right? Which is time and space, right? And so all of these traditions are saying what Kayla is saying, which is that it can happen in this moment, right? The idea is the awakening is now. There is nothing. There's no past or future. There's only this moment. And in this moment, we can choose to see things as they are, at which point the veil falls, the illusion of time and space. Because even when we talk about reincarnation, it's about future and past, you know, which is what the great Sufi master Inayat Khan critiqued it. He said the problem with the way people understand reincarnation is that they're always thinking in terms of the future or the past. They're thinking in the terms of the past. I did this bad thing, so my karma caused this thing to happen right now. And if I do this thing, then the future will be this, rather than being where the only truth is this moment. And once you experience this moment, you're open to infinity, all possibilities, including one where the problem that the fears, the things that you've been dealing with vanish because you see them as they are.
That's deep.
That is so deep.
Yeah, my ego, when I get into my ego, because I'm not perfect at all, my ego shows up as fear.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's ego will come and present themselves in a different ways, but my ego is definitely very fear based. It's all fear. Some people, their ego can be pride, or it can be any aspect possible that you could associate. And ego isn't all bad, you know, because ego is there to protect you to somewhat, you know, but mine shows up as like extreme fear.
So Kayla, I want to now address that, because again, I'm gonna use the language from my tradition, right? So in the Quran, whenever it talks about paradise, whenever it talks about, you know, heaven, paradise, it always uses this phrase where the people there, they neither fear nor will they grieve. And we think about what is fear and grief. Fear is imagine into the future, something terrible is going to happen, right? Grief is looking back into the past at loss or something that didn't go the way we wanted to, right? They're both not present in this moment. So what is paradise? They neither fear nor grief. It's this moment.
The here and now.
That's all there is. Yeah, there's only now.
I know this sounds really stupid, but I read the Shogun book, and there are several moments in that book where they really do a beautiful job of expressing that idea. And I wish it would have been in the show, but it wasn't. And I think they're just afraid of talking about religious.
Yeah, they can't. I know. I work in Hollywood. They're afraid of mysticism. They're afraid of.
And it was such a great message, and it happened so many times, and it really got me thinking about that stuff. It's like, now is all we have. This is it. This is like the idea several times of like, this was our last moment. This was a perfect moment, and we appreciate it for that much. It I don't know. It just changed my mind.
Well, we're not guaranteed tomorrow. I'm not guaranteed 10 minutes from now. You know, anything could happen. I truly believe when it's your time, it's your time. That's what I believe. There are people.
My hopes is I die on camera during a show, because I think that'll be funny.
It'll feel like
everybody's just like, okay, stop fucking around, Gerry. Get back up.
You'll get views.
So wait, I just had to look at my calendar, because you said you would get married on the 27th. That's 8 weeks from now.
Oh my God! What? Whoa! I know.
I had to look. It's the 27th. I'm like, what week are we in? Yeah, it's 8 weeks from now.
It's 8 weeks on the Saturday.
Because.
Oh my gosh, that's wild. Oh my gosh, I'm having some psychic experiences tonight.
Yeah, it's 8 weeks from now.
Yeah, it has been.
I didn't realize until I was like, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah.
8 and 3 days.
8 weeks from now.
Nice.
So when you said the date, I was like, wait, I'm like, I know that's not an 8. And I know that's a very important event to her. I'm like, but I feel like, I think that's 8 weeks from now. And I don't know you from a hole in the wall.
I know, right?
So I mean, I just get, so I have a lot of things. There's a lot of stories I could tell, but I'm not really there yet right now. In this point in my life, I'm trying to work on being more social. I get drained a lot very easily, even though I can conduct myself very well, and I'm great in work situations being social, and I love people, but I'm also like hypersensitive.
Yeah,
it's hard being a sponge and dealing with all that energy coming across and then picking up things you don't mean to, and I understand. Yeah, it's draining.
So
that's why I agree with the idea of just throwing rocks at people.
I've been there.
Right,
sure.
Right.
we are not guaranteed tomorrow. I think it's important to think about that. You can plan for the future, but enjoy today.
Well, we're not guaranteed tomorrow in this form, right?
No,
because I would argue your consciousness it doesn't change. It's present always. So we're not. But the thing is, when we think about that, even that sounds scary. But if we look at it, our on a just scientific level, every atom in our body is recycling. We're not the same physical person we were a day ago, right? So that the Buddhists would argue
completely different. No, in 7 years, your body is fully recycled. So you're
Lady B's breaking hearts right now.
7 years before.
You can develop different allergies, everything. Everything changes in that 7-year cycle. I was a hairdresser for a really long time, and then went into anaphylaxis on the floor. I actually hated hairdressing. To be honest, I loved it. I got into it because couldn't afford college. I decided learning a trade would be more valuable, and I wanted to do hair because I wanted to make people feel better about themselves.
Oh, hairstylists in Hollywood are like they are the emotional comfort zone of all stars. Like stars will open
like
up
a
more than
psychiatrist. A psychologist, psychiatrist, everything. I got into it for, I think, a very different reason, because I wasn't I wanted to help people, and I thought I could help. I don't know, probably from issues that I had growing up, like with my own physical self, just not feeling great about myself. So I wanted to help people like feel better about their physical selves. You said something too that made me think of yoga, as I'm like a recent yoga school graduate. I'm talking about like 2 weeks ago. I just graduated.
Information's fresh.
So I'm fresh. In yoga, there's a saying that each time you show up to practice, you're going to show up different. So what you may be able to do one day, the next day you may not be able to physically do, or it may feel differently another day. So it's interesting, Kamran, that you were saying that about the physical body, basically, like, you're not guaranteed like tomorrow, pretty much, not in the aspect that everything's going to end, but to show up in the same.
Well, I want to add to it, because I always like to bring in theology, right? Because I always like to say that our ancestors dealt with a lot of these questions. The same way we're struggling with them, our ancestors dealt with. So there is this fascinating thing in Islamic theology, 1,000-year-old school, which is the idea that because God is in the Quran, God is the creator and the destroyer. There are 99 names of God that reference a divine attribute, like merciful, the just, all that. One is the creator, another one is the destroyer. So all the attributes are true at the same time. So if God is the creator and the destroyer at the same time, the theological school argues that God is instantaneously creating the universe and destroying it at the same time. So none of us is a constant reality. We are all like reels of a film. In every instant, we are ceasing to exist and being recreated. So there's no continuation of us. Every single instant, we are one reel of a film reel, and then there's a new one, and then there's a new one, and it's happening instantaneously. And so our consciousness perceives it as a continuation, but it isn't, because we're always in existence and always out of existence. And now we have the modern concept of electrons and quantum leaps. The electrons instantaneously leap from one state to another, right? There's nothing in between. They're this state, then they're this state. And that's happening all the time. So that is sort of a modern language for that reality, that nothing, for even saying aside atoms on the electron level, we're just appearing and disappearing instantaneously. There is no continuity. It's an illusion.
So I'm fascinated with everything that you're saying. I'm processing everything, and I'm like, not overwhelmed. I'm more just like, I want to know more. I want to know more. I want to know more, because I've only heard about Sufism.
Yeah, which is what I am. I'm a Sufi. Yes. Yeah. I'm a follower of Rumi. Yes.
So the Rumi, yes. That's so I've never met anyone or had like a conversation about it before, and I don't know much about the Islamic faith. Just because I feel here it's not really focus. Like when they speak about different religions, it's not a religion, at least where I live, that it was really focused on. I mean, and even me, I'm half Armenian, so we didn't even focus on a lot of things about my culture where I live. So it's just very fascinating, and it's interesting to me because it's changing my perspective, and I'm learning so much right now. So I'm very thankful, and I'm very appreciative. Thank you, Zach, for inviting me on.
Well, this was a destined panel.
Yeah,
Thank you for coming on.
This is just great, and I was very hesitant to come on different streams for a while now, to be honest, to be completely transparent. Because I get a little nervous, and because I'm myself.
We loved having you.
Here we go. What were you nervous about? You imagined a future outcome where the panel would not go in a way that was positive for you, but in this present moment, it's going really well. It appears to be.
Yeah, this has been really great. I'm learning so much from everyone here, and anytime that I'm blessed with an opportunity to learn, which every day we all can learn something, every experience or every interaction that we have, it's an opportunity to learn. I'm just like, wow. And tonight I'm learning so much. Like usually I learn like 1 or 2 things a day, but right now I'm learning so much stuff. I'm like, I'm going to have to go back to the stream and like take notes. And
I know you talked to Cameron about this stuff for like 5 minutes, and you're like, okay, I know nothing.
I feel like I'm in another dimension.
It's true. It's true.
And the stars here in the background Zach has. I'm like, where am I right now? I'm here. I know I'm here.
Well, so you mentioned Rumi. So Rumi is the most popular poet in America today.
Yes.
He's a 13th century Turkish. Actually, he's actually Afghan and fled the Mongols into Iran and Turkey. But 13th century, he died in Turkey. He's a 13th century Turkish poet, and he predicted at the time, because he's hugely a celebrity in his time. He said, "Oh, all these people are going to forget me, and then the unbelievers, the people you call unbelievers, will love me." And 800 years later, that's exactly, because the Islamic world has largely forgotten Rumi, and he's the most popular poet in the West, right? So, but Rumi, if you know about Rumi's spiritual journey was incited by a mentor, Shams, this mysterious mystic who showed up and turned him upside down, right? And so Rumi represents what we would call a sober Sufi, because he was a traditional Islamic scholar, he was a jurist, right? And then he had his heart opened up to this mysticism, which floated in this incredible poetry, right? But his teacher is what we call a Majnun Sufi. Majnun means insane. So Rumi is like a respected pillar of society, right? Whereas his teacher was crazy, and he would come up to people and shock them. He would do shocking things to make them wake up instantaneously, sort of like a Zen koan in action, right?
Right.
Where he would do something that would startle them and show them who they were in that moment.
So their reaction. So they thought he was crazy for testing their reaction. So what is the concept of sober and insanity? Could you elaborate on that a little bit more for me? Because I'm just...
And I'm sure other mystical traditions have this, because there's duality in everything. So there's a duality of the sober mystic and the insane mystic, right? And the sober mystic is the one that is the sage, is the Taoist teacher, is the Buddhist, it's the Hindu guru who's teaching you they're the respected member of the community that imparts, wisdom to you. But that's not considered the highest level of mysticism. The highest level of mysticism is the maniac, is the person who doesn't follow any rules. So if you look at the pattern, if you look at Christianity, who are the two sober figures? Who's sober and who's a maniac? Jesus is the sober mystic.
Okay.
John the Baptist is the crazy one. John the Baptist.
Interesting.
You know, and each of the gospel says Jesus goes and gets baptized by him. John the Baptist opens the door in the same way that Shumps opened the door for Rumi's heart. But in the end, you need a sober person like Jesus or a Rumi who can relate to people socially for a tradition to continue and wisdom to be imparted. But the wisdom doesn't start with the sober person. It starts with the crazy person,
being put on balance.
That's what I would say. The cycle enough to wake people up, so they start making. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Wow.
Well, insanity is genius in an aspect, you know. I mean, what is true insanity though? Because to me, true insanity is you would have no awareness that you're insane. It's just like if you ever ask yourself the question, am I a bad person? Guess what? You're probably not a bad person, because a person that is truly a bad person is not going to ask themselves that question. Just like if you ask yourself, am I a crazy person? Well, a person that is truly crazy, they're not going to have awareness to even ask themselves, am I crazy? Is what I just did crazy? So
I'll give you examples of the kind of craziness that would trigger people, right? It's the Shumps is the kind of guy that would walk into a mosque, like a traditional Islamic mosque where it's all very sober and people are praying and he would walk in and he would have like what appears to be a flask of wine. And because wine is forbidden under traditional Islam. So he would be the kind of guy who would walk in and would be sitting in the mosque drinking what appears to be wine, enraging the religious people. How dare you, do this, insult the sign. And there's actually no wine in it. He's drinking grape juice. But what he was doing, the action was to see how their perception and their projection. They didn't know what was in the bottle. They projected onto him their own desire for wine.
Which shows their true self.
Yeah, that was like, I was listening to like Buddhist koans before, and one of this one, so they're like little stories that illustrate things. And one of them was, I guess, the Buddhist, the male monks were not allowed to hang out with females, and they weren't allowed to touch women and stuff. And there was a story where the leader of the monks were taking some of the trainees, the acolytes or something, out on a journey, and they reached a river crossing, and there was a whole bunch of people that needed to get across. And so there was a woman that needed to get across. So the leader carried the woman across, and this one trainee acolyte guy was very, very upset about this, and he was making a big stink about it all day. And it's like, at the end of the day, he comes to his teacher, he's like, dude, you carried that woman over it. I can't believe you tell us we can't touch women, we can't do anything with them, but you did that. And the guy just looks at him and said, you've been carrying that woman with you all day.
Yeah.
That made me think like so hard. It's just like, dang. I was just listening to the whole thing, and not all the stories were that profound, at least for me. But man, it's like,
well, that's a famous one. I know that story because it hits you hard. Your heart immediately recognizes the truth of it, right?
Yeah,
but that's
so crazy. It's like,
so that's the thing, is that's what we're trying to do on this panel, is that we are slowly but surely pushing from sober into madness, which is the journey. That's the journey, right? That's the journey. Yeah. That's the journey of the mystic, is to leave behind the rational world, the logical world, the world of Aristotelian logic, and experience reality. Because just in the same way that the material world seems to work according to material physics, right? F equals ma. You hit a ball, it goes in this direction at this speed, it hits another ball, pinball, right? But anyone who studies quantum physics knows that the reality is, when you hit the ball, it's only about what is the probability that it will follow that path. Right? There's an infinitesimally but real small possibility that when you hit that ball with your cue stick, it's going to turn into a pink elephant. It's not a zero possibility. There is a possibility that that's what's going to happen, right? And so you have to get down to that level of reality where you hit the ball and it turns into a pink elephant, because that's reality. Reality.
You're talking about magical soul, Karen.
Yeah.
Get it.
That is so
and
cool.
Coming back to perspective, through imbalance comes growth. If you're not imbalanced, if your world is not shook, then you will always stay static in your beliefs. And the idea of a mystic, as you were saying, is to shake up the reality of someone's world, shake up their perceptions, because that is the only way that you can see your true self. Sometimes deconstruction is one of the most important tools in learning oneself where they in relation to the world, how they see things, and how they attract and create.
It's what Yoda said. You must unlearn what you learn, right?
What you have learned, right?
And but now just going back to this, because we talked about, I think I brought up earlier when the concept of yoga work that Kayla's doing, but it can, people who practice these physical practices will sometimes have quote unquote miracles, siddhis, right? Strange things start happening, right? I was once learning certain things from a Taoist spiritual teacher, and as I was doing the physical movements, I suddenly started hearing an audible voice whispering words in my ear in Chinese, right? And I was like, what the hell was that? And I asked him, did you hear that? And he looked at me, he's like, oh, you heard it? You're more advanced than I thought. Most people can't hear it at this stage. Nice. Because no, that's a spirit next to you that this action opened up, right? That I can hear it, but nobody can. You heard it, great. But that brings us back down to this concept of, on quantum physics level, that it's just probabilities, that it's going to follow the laws of physics, right? And if you can get to that level, what becomes possible? It becomes possible that someone can touch water and it becomes wine, because that's one possible thing on the quantum physics level, that it will no longer be water, it will be wine. Or someone who is blind can see it. Exactly. So what Jesus or any of these great profound teachers is showing us is that when you get to that level, physical reality itself changes. Because it's not about reality, it's about probabilities. And when you get to the madness level, you access the improbable zones of the universe. And miracles happen.
Sir. Yes, sir. Attach yourself to that string and ride the wave.
Yeah.
Exactly, brother.
Lady B, this one's for you.
I know. I thought that's so funny. I'm just gonna say, there's probably some timeline where I would go to Ireland. I mean, I'm like, I've done a lot of crazy things in my life.
There's one version of you that went off with him, forgot your boyfriend, and went with this guy.
Yeah, string theory says that you did it at some point.
At some point,
I got to tell you, I sit here and like you guys are talking so serious, and every once in a while you'll see me up here while you're talking serious about something that was emotional. I go. I'm reading these.
The chat is crazy.
On fire.
Yeah, you guys are fantastic. Yeah. So this is I'm gonna wake people up actually with this one. So this is actually Don's Philosophy Phoenix's intro song, but he's not here tonight. But we'll play it for him anyways because it's fun and it's loud and plug your ears.
Beta male, beta, not an alpha male. Beta male, yes. Beta male, beta. You're a beta male? You're a beta male, not an alpha male. Beta, what a shame. Mommy's boy.
That song slaps.
That's just funny.
It's a great song. I love it.
I've been like trying not to hit my sound bowl all night because it's been here.
Hit your sound bowl.
Just want to pick it up. I can be weird here. So.
Hey, summarize.
I love those things.
Well, no, it's going to start slow. This one here is for the crown chakra. I don't have the right mallet for this bowl, though.
We need to put you on solo. There we go.
The mallet for this bowl is, I think, in my heart chakra bowl. But really, my hand's not in a good position either. Because really, your hand can't be flat. If you're holding it, you have to cup it a certain way for it to produce the correct sound. That's the secret with sound bowls. Like, so it's going to start slow, which I can hear it here. But eventually, it'll start getting a little louder.
That's neat. I've started getting into the frequency kind of healing things, and it's so amazing how that works. I've used it on my cats, and sometimes it calms them down.
I have my Reiki license.
Oh, wow.
Really?
Yeah, I'm working on my level 2 right now.
Oh, I can hear it.
Yeah, we'll get louder. It's just about being patient, and I think, too, I have my elbow on the table. So
I do have actually my second level Reiki empowerment. And, you're taught with that. You're actually taught to be able to do distance healing, right? Just imagine someone and send them light. So my sister had been, she also has fibromyalgia and she has other stuff that she's working through. And so she was in a lot of pain one day. And she called me, told me she had a lot of pain. in her leg, right? And I said, okay, well, sometime this week, because you have to get their permission, are you comfortable with me sending, because I'm here in LA, she's in Pennsylvania, can I do a Reiki session long distance to send you the energy?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, sure. It's because I had her permission. And so at a point in the week, one day, and I didn't tell her when I was going to do it, one day I imagine her, I use the Reiki symbols, I use the and imagine healing her leg, which was where her pain was. The next morning she calls me. She said, did you do a Reiki session last night? I said, yeah. She said, because I woke up at 2 a.m. in the morning and I could feel someone's hands on my leg and helping me. And she said, it freaked me out because I could feel the physical fingers. And it was 2 a.m. was 11 p.m. my time, which is when I did it. Right. And so that's direct confirmation. She experienced the physical thing in Pennsylvania.
That's amazing.
So I can tell someone here if their solar plex chakra needs work, because see how this bowl, I'm not doing anything any different, but this bowl, how it's really strong.
Oh, I hear it. Yeah.
How fast it's going. Mm-hmm. That means someone's solar plexus chakra is really off balance.
Gerry?
So your solar plexus is responsible. It's where probably most of your masculine energy in your body is stored, but it's also like where your confidence is, where your self-confidence is. So
well, that now all of us feel like beta males. We're all like,
your empowerment and everything.
Because I was trying to get down for this whole time.
This one was really slow. The crown here, probably because of the conversation. And usually this is my bowl that if I play it, it always makes the loudest noise around people. This one in the heart chakra, for whatever reason. But this one here, so it just tells me as I got a piece of a flower in my hair. Wonderful. I'm like a nymph. So it's just very interesting. So that tells me that someone's sacral chakra is out of balance. So because the energy goes through sound. Sound healing moves energy. So yeah. So someone here, I don't know who, but someone's solar plexus chakra needs to work.
Well done.
I suddenly feel like that scene from Trains and Automobiles where the two guys are lying together and he's like, oh, this pillow is really comfortable. He's got his hand in the other guy's ass and he's like, it's not a pillow. And they all have to be real masculine. Like, hey, how are the Bears doing? Yeah, let's go do some martial arts. Like, they just have to, solidify their masculinity when threatened. So
there was a guy that was watching for the longest time on TikTok. His name's Son of Source. He uses those bowls and he does entire sessions and just beautiful work. The sound, the vibration, the chat. It was a very healing experience. I love watching that guy. Shout out to Son of Source on TikTok.
I love just the sound healing. That's something I want to learn more about. But I use the sound bowls in combination with Reiki that I do because I was taught a little bit about it. But I do. I'm sorry?
I've always been interested in Reiki. For anybody who may not understand it and to give me further clarification, what is it?
Oh, it's life force energy. Basically, when you become a Reiki practitioner, you can either do beaming or you can do hands-on as far as doing like Reiki work. But basically, it's like you become a conduit. And you're just the person, like the energy exists all around us. I just know how to move the energy. So I mean, when people, if you ever meet somebody and they say, you have bad energy on you, I'm going to do Reiki to remove bad energy, they're bullshitting because that's not in a Reiki practice, at least like through the two different Reikis that I know how to do from my level ones, at least. But Usu, I always pronounce it wrong. Usu Reiki is my main source of Reiki that I like to do.
Is it moving energy? Like, is it transferring or moving energy, transmuting it through the body, or are you being a conduit for?
It's the energy is all around us. It's just moving the energy through another person's body.
Correct. You're not using your own energy. You're using universal energy, right?
It's the universal energy. That's what you're accessing. And then afterwards, I always think I'm thankful to Reiki and I'm thankful to the universe. Pretty much.
Yeah. The origins of it is there was a Buddhist monk, I believe about 100 years ago in Japan, who had a mystical experience and a vision and was shown certain symbols that that I think the voice even told him in the vision that these were the symbols that Christ used to do hands-on healing, which we have throughout the New Testament, that he did, famous hands-on touch healing.
Right.
He was famous for that. And that these were the symbols he used to heal people, and they're now being returned to the world through you. And again, from my own experience of it, it works. I mean, it just works, right? I mean, it works, and it heals people remarkably. I mean, you still should do all the practical medical things to support you, but it accelerates that. It's the accelerant by allowing natural energy to get through blockages and help that healing process.
Gotcha.
So when we talk about sound, I want to share this. Can we make me big screen? I want to share this.
Yeah, for sure.
Make it big screen. I want to share. Maybe big screen. This book is one of the most important books in Sufism in the last century. The Mysticism of Sound and Music by Hazrat Inayat Khan, who was the first Sufi master to come to the West in the early 20th century. He came in like 1920, and he was a musician in India. And so a lot of his teachings were about the power of sound. This book, a lot of famous musicians carry this book around like rock stars, because the entire book is about how sound is the direct path to God. Because he talks about every form of art leads to God, but has a slight amount of idolatry. Remember, Sufism comes out of Islam, so we don't like idolatry. So he said every form of art has a little bit of idolatry. For example, a painting has iconography, images, right? Sculpture has that. Even a book, when you read a book, I'm a novelist. When you read a book, it's creating images in your mind. You're seeing it, right? Watch a TV show, it's images. There's always an image between you and God. So there's an idolatry. There's something that's there.
That's what that
Whereas
means.
sound is direct to God. There is no imagery needed. You are moved by the vibration. And so he said that is the fastest and clearest path to the divine is sound. And we look at it. What is the Gospel of John? In the beginning, there was the Word. What is the Word? The Word is vocalization. It is sound, right? And so many traditions, including, mystical Christianity, talk about God creates through the word. In Islam, there's a phrase in the Quran, God creates with the phrase kun fayakun. Kun means be. So when God says kun, it becomes instantaneous, right? The water turns into wine. Kun, it just happens. It's the sound that makes it happen. So if anyone, this is a book on Amazon, Mysticism, Sound and Music. It's one of the most incredible books. And he has a very universalist Sufism. He doesn't talk much about Islam because he's just trying to talk about mysticism. And, and so you don't feel like this is an Islamic preaching thing. It's not. You'll read his book and you're like, this guy's Muslim? Because he doesn't talk about religions. He talks about reality, right? And that you immediately connect with.
Because sound is vibration. You're right. That's the closest connection to God, which brings me back to what Gerry was saying earlier about that music inspiring him to go on his own path, being inspired through the words and through the sound.
It also led to me becoming a musician. And I started playing piano when I was 16, right around the same time. And I started and I've written 1,000 songs, and all of it is just emotional expression. What I'm feeling at the moment. And I had to get rid of my piano as an artist because I wouldn't get any work done. I just turn around and want to play on piano all night. It can be very unhealthy.
Has anyone here heard of solfeggio frequencies?
Yeah.
So yeah, there are 9 of them, but they go back to like ancient Gregorian chants. And the different frequencies are said to elevate different spiritual awareness and connect us with source and with others, and also provide healing within the body. There's also there are 7 chakras, but there's also 2 extra chakras as well, depending on what you believe in. But there are 7 main ones, but then there's also some people consider things like they may label it like the Earth Star, some people, or the Soul Star. Chakras. So they kind of all coincide with chakra healing as well. But it's they're very interesting, and each tune actually tunes up with my sound bowls, believe it or not. At least 7 of them, because I don't have sound bowls for anything for 9. But it's absolutely interesting. I really should have been more prepared before I came here tonight. I feel like this
was perfect.
I'm getting very tired too, guys.
I know it's late.
It's getting bigger than the other, and I'm like starting to look crazier and crazier as the time moves. I do actually have to think I got to get out of here though, because I got to be up at like 5:45. Yes, tomorrow's a super early day. If it was like a 7 o'clock day, I'd probably be here until like 3:30 in the morning. No problem. I run on like 3.5 hours of sleep. But
well, I would love to do more of these. I want to do more of these shows. So.
Yeah, let's do one once
I keep saying that, and you bring me back every 6 months.
I know.
Don't, Cameron.
I'll do this regularly.
Yes, let's do it. If you're down, Cameron, we will.
The book, Cameron, because I wanted the book's name. I'm sorry.
Oh, you want the book? All right.
Yeah, no, I got a picture of it. I when you went. Yeah, I took one earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm very interested in that.
Yeah, and I threw a link in the chat,
Yes,
and I'll throw a link right now. Yeah, you saw that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get that link. Absolutely.
I'm surprised somebody didn't make a joke of that's the Sufi way of picking up chicks, right?
Well, Sufis do really well with the ladies because they're not trying.
I don't doubt
they're
it.
not trying.
Did you hear about the heaven?
They just know.
Did you hear about the heaven he said he was going to?
I don't care.
Yeah, right.
30-year
I'm in the
orgasms.
moment.
Come on. Ain't gonna get better than that.
But yes, I'll have to follow you all that I'm not following. It's great to meet some new people. And
well, how can we follow you? Where's your like Instagram?
I'm on my page is Comics and Cleave. I didn't make the name.
Comics and what?
It was so my page on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. It's called Comics and Cleave.
I get it. Okay, Comics and Cleave.
Yeah, Comics and Cleave. My friend Spencer, who I edit his books, he's like my if I was a man, I'd probably be him. And we literally would go at each other's throats all the time. His poor girlfriend, like she has to separate us. We're like brother and sister. But when I went on Twitter, we were looking for names, and every name I wanted to take was taken. So I was like, oh, well, what's something that's ridiculous? And he's like, I got it. So yeah, Comics and Cleave, and it's kind of stuck.
If you don't call your comic books the Cleave Age, I'm going to get very disappointed.
I really don't do anything with it. But funny. Yeah, I don't call my comics the cleavage. I call my comics. I'm basic like that. I'm like, yeah, one of my 27 long boxes that's over here in the hoard. So yeah, Comics and Cleave. You can follow me there.
What's your address?
What, I'm not doxing myself.
I have 27 long boxes. I'm just curious to know what could be in there. Sounds valuable to me.
I got some.
It's a joke.
I got some shit. Let me tell you, that will have me go into like all out war mode. Touch my comic books. Touch my books and my comics.
He's gonna go like the Florence departed voice now.
I always say, like, if something happens, my animals, my pictures, my comics, and my books. That's like the things that are of value to me, because obviously I know my dad's going to get out of here. If I have to save him, I will. He's first, but these things, yeah, because my books, and I'm always worried about them stopping creating books and stopping physical.
I have
that's why I have to have physical books, right?
I have to.
Yeah, because and they can take them away. They can erase stuff off of Amazon.
Yeah.
Oh my God! At any point,
I've had to repurchase things where Amazon's like, your ebook is expired. What do you mean my ebook is expired?
Yeah, and books go out of print. And now there's a new thing where they're having sensitivity readers reread books and change books, which I think is absolutely insane. I mean, I learned my value of physical media when PlayStation Network went down. And I always liked physical games and stuff. Everyone else around me, they were assed out for the whole time that PlayStation Network was down. I had physical media, so I was like, yeah, I'll loan you my game. I became like a library. I was like, yeah, you're gonna pay some money for borrowing this game for this time. No, not really, but I should have. But yeah, I just like to have the physical stuff, because I'm so worried Personally, I would love to have a library. Right now I have Sudoku going on here. I got piles of books that I need to clean. This is like a hoarder's palace of books. I need to build more bookshelves, find the time to do that and prioritize this room in my life right now. But yeah, I'll get there.
If you don't have random piles of books in your house, like, we can't even be friends. Like, this is just basic stuff.
Take a look. Look at there.
Yes.
Right, my coffee table
Yeah,
has like
yours
500
is
books in
neat.
front of it.
Mine's like a freaking hoarder's palace right now with all the comics. Yeah, you're nice and organized. I'm not. This is like hoarder's nation. Plus, I have like, you know, Lady Balefire will love this. Like, how many copies of a Game of Thrones do you need? Like, realistically, how many copies do you need of like any of these books from A Song of Ice and Fire? Because I went crazy and I bought like a special, like, this is ridiculous.
I found the other day, I found the ones that were like not the TV show ones. So it doesn't say
I don't
it's
have.
a
I have
TV show,
one
like
of
the
the
original
TV show
covers.
ones.
Oh, and I'm doing the same thing with Wheel of Time. Like, I have a bunch of the like books for that too.
So like I've been working on finding all the Bantam covers. Like, I really love these.
Oh
Bantam
yeah,
covers.
I love those.
I've been working on
Yes.
all that. I have a nice hardcover of Storm of Swords, first printing, beautiful, because that's the best book in the series, in my opinion.
Yes.
You know, I have like a whole George R. R. Martin shrine going on here. My prized one, though, there are some ones from Europe that I really want to get my hands on. I've been like scouring, hoping we either get them in the comic shop as a collection and scouring eBay. But
yes.
you got to really scour, because I don't trust people with physical things. There needs to be so many pictures. I'm like the person that will hit up the seller and be like, I need more pictures.
10
To
pictures.
see. But this one here, I gotta get up and get it. It's this one is from, it's one of those illustrated editions that you get from England, and it's hold on, I got it. So it's 2 hardcover copies here. I forget who put these out.
Oh yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those. Yeah, and they sort of have like this like illustration on it, and they're like leather bound or something.
Yes.
They're really cool.
And they have filigree on the freaking sides, and they're painted covers.
Yeah, I love the covers. Like, they're really, it's
Oh,
great
the
art.
artwork is
So
absolutely
pretty.
gorgeous in the inside.
Oh wow, look at that.
It's like, how many copies of this fucking book do I need?
I know, you always find something. I think the last ones I bought, and I'm not sure if I'll buy more because I just don't have space here, was the ones that his what was it called, Beastly Books, because I got some autographed ones.
So okay, so we had someone.
Cool.
There's
there's
whole
a map.
here.
Okay.
I have like a whole.
Oh, I
book
have
of
the map
maps.
book too. Oh.
I have the maps of Ice and Fire. I got a pop-up book of fucking shit. I have so much shit. I have an obsession. You know, I want to thank the librarian when I was waiting in between Harry Potter books in high school. That's like, oh, hey, you liked the Assassins, the Farseer trilogy, and you liked this. Did you read Narnia when you were a kid and all this? And Lord of the Rings, all this stuff. Why don't you try a Game of Thrones? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that one.
I don't know. I feel like I came late to the party because I didn't read it until I started watching the show. But like,
At least you read them.
Yeah, I started like by the time the second like episode was out, I think I had almost read through the first book. So I was just like, bam, glued to this. This is fun. And that was the first fantasy books I ever read, which is really weird because now I'm totally into fantasy.
Really?
I didn't like fantasy initially. I was really into sci-fi. I thought fantasy covers were retarded, and I didn't want to read the books.
Read
which
the
is so
Silmarillion. Before you read any of Tolkien
I
stuff,
just
read
did.
the Silmarillion.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Silmarillion's like
It's deep, dude. I did a big book club for that. I love it. Oh
so
my god.
good. Well, this
So
is
good.
basically like it's, how can I put it? It's basically like everything for the whole world that he created is in this one
Yeah,
book.
it's so good. I love the Silmarillion so much. I want to read the some of the unfinished tales, and I got what was the other one? The Turin-Bar like standalone. I can't think of the name of it. And I'm like,
I
I'm
know what
just
you're
not
talking about.
emotionally
I can't
ready
think
to
of
read
it.
that yet. That is too much for me.
there's so much. I mean, he's somebody too that has put a lot of religion into his work,
yeah, I
as
love
well
it.
as C.S. Lewis too. And it's so funny because they were two different opposite ends of almost the same religious spectrum, and they wrote each other as characters into the books.
Yeah.
You want to see Lady B going through the Silmarillion? She has a whole bunch of videos about it, live streams with a great panelist, and
that's
it was
so
a
cool.
yeah. Go sub to her here and watch her talk.
Yeah,
Silmarillion.
I gotta I haven't been on my phone tonight other than answering a couple texts because I've just been in it. I haven't even said hi to the chat. The chat's probably I'm an asshole. I apologize. Hi chat. I saw the time scales there, and time scales is always very supportive when I stream and watches Akba and stuff. So, and then also, all right, if you read all the Song of Ice and Fire, I'm sure you read the side things. If not, I can go over some.
Oh, you know what's really cool? I just found the Ice Dragon, story. Yeah, I have not read that, and I couldn't find it on PDF.
Oh, it's great.
I
have an obsession. I could George R. R. Martin here, George R. R. Martin here, everywhere. I fucking love him. I love him like I love J.K. Rowling and C.S. Lewis.
That's awesome.
Tolkien. But also Robin Hobbs. If you've never read the Farseer trilogy,
I need to read that.
Shit you not. Read the Farseer trilogy. I think you will love it, but you will also see parallels. And I have a feeling what's going to happen with Jon Snow. I have my theories because of the Farseer trilogy.
Write that down because I have not read that.
Fitz Chivalry and Night Eyes. I won't ruin anything, but keep those names in mind and then reflect and look at Jon Snow, because George is famous for taking inspiration from the authors that influenced him, as well as a lot of Lovecraft stuff and a lot of things based on different religions, different worldviews, everything.
True.
I mean, he's inspired by everything. So,
by the way, remember we started because going back full circle. This entire video has been full circle because time is not linear, right?
I'm back to Game of Thrones. Can you tell I just need someone to talk to it about?
The Wheel of Time.
Back to full circle.
Jay's I'm leaving. Jay's I already know where this is gonna go. Kayla's gonna get back to fucking Game of Thrones.
All right. So on the back to full circle, my friend who has written this animated not sequel but sort of corollary show to House of the Dragon for HBO. One of the reasons they approached me is they wanted me to look at their script, which has all these religious references, some of which are directly from the Quran. And he said, because Martin wants to make sure that there are parallels to real religions in all of his material and in this animated show. So, and then I shared it and I was like, yeah, the verse you use is correct. And here's another story from the Islamic tradition you should use for this situation that happens on page 22. Right? He's like, oh my God, that's perfect.
You're the luckiest man in the world.
Well, I'll be lucky if I actually get the job, right? Let me not.
No. You're gonna get the job.
God willing.
I'm
you
pretty
will.
sure.
We're gonna will this into
Don't forget about us. Don't forget about this interaction here.
Well, I don't know. My friend might not put me in a room with George because it took him a while to learn how to manage George, and I might just screw it all up by saying the wrong thing. So who knows? Well, we'll see.
Oh man, but I do got to get out of here. That was my point. Then I went on a whole.
Good night, Kayla. Thank you for coming.
My books that I'm so proud. Can you tell I'm such a freaking dork? I can't help myself. I'm let me just show my book collection.
We want to see it. We're here for it. So.
No. I was briefly dating this lovely girl, and then the briefly start began because she was very physically attractive, and then she's like, I hate books, and I was like,
okay, you gotta go.
They're all attraction.
You gotta go.
He's like, I don't read. I was like, okay.
I can't imagine someone not read not
She's
reading.
like, I don't read books. I was like, okay, you're no longer.
My head hurt. Books, music is the other thing. So books and music.
My cat's
but every song
by the way, Cameron, I wanted to point this out.
Yes.
I am so about the yin and yang. That's my unit pin from the Army.
Oh, here we go. You got it right there.
29th ID.
So you got it's always been there. It's always been part of you. See?
That's cool.
No coincidences.
cool.
It's no
But it
coincidence.
doesn't have the dots. Is that significant?
It is
Um,
because the dots
there's
represent
dots
the
on
wisdom that darkness creates light.
Mhm.
That's why the dots are necessary. The light has to have a spot of dark and vice versa, because all light leads to darkness and all darkness leads to light. It's the cycle.
Yes, sir.
And
And
so
through it, there is balance. They cannot exist without each other. See, we went full circle. All right, guys, it was a pleasure getting to just be around this great energy this evening. Thank you so much, Zax, for inviting me. It was so nice to meet you, Lady Balefire.
Thank you.
It
You
was
too.
so nice to meet you, Gerry, Cameron, Walton, or do I call you Dragonstorm? I'm not sure.
Either
I'll
or.
figure it out. Walton the Dragonstorm. That's maybe
Call
you
me
should just do that.
Gerry.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming.
Gary,
Yes, thank
Gerry.
you.
Sorry.
I want to do these every month if possible. It's kind of short. Every
I've been saying that for 2 years. We've done like 3 videos, buddy.
Definitely.
Okay,
I
we're
will
doing it,
definitely
Cameron.
Come back. I will definitely come back. I'm gonna
I'll hold
need
you
a
to it.
recharge for a couple of days. I'll be social on Twitter, but really, I'll be like recharging.
Yeah.
I'll be social, asking my question of the day. I need to get my brain fed and make my little comments. But other than that, I'll be recharging.
I'm gonna
for a
follow
couple
you
of
out.
days.
I'm gonna got about 10 more minutes in you, then I'm out. It's like 11 o'clock.
Have a great evening, everybody.
You too. It was nice meeting you, sweetheart.
So much.
Take it, bye-bye.
Let's
Good night.
let's go around and get everyone to give their outro. What are you working on? What should people look for? Cameron, obviously your Patreon is something that everyone should be subscribed to. It's the only Patreon I've stuck with, and it's you put so much into it that like how can you not? It's worth it. So many of them are just like you get like a little thing, and yours is
No,
like,
I
literally
have a couple
content.
of Patreon subscriptions. I'm like, and I get like one post every month. I'm like,
It's
dude, I'm
true.
giving you money. What the hell is this crap, right? One post a month, right? I'm writing 3 posts a day while I'm doing my screenwriting job, right? But what I try to do is, I comment on news events. I comment on opinions on what's happening in the industry. It's primarily industry focused. I try to avoid politics. Sometimes it's impossible to avoid politics. I tried really hard to not bring up the current events in the Middle East, but Hollywood started dealing with them, and so I had to talk about them. And not everyone liked my opinions, and that's okay. But I present them. I'm not afraid to share my opinions. And so far we've got these 300 solid subscribers who are very smart, who bring in all kinds of perspectives. And every now and then I have like my friend inside of Lucasfilm or Disney or whatever will give me some scoops and things, right? But that's not why you sign up for the Patreon. You sign up for this kind of conversation that we're having, or at least on the level of film, if not spirituality. But yeah, so we'll throw the link in there. But that's what I'm doing. And I'm and you might be excited about this. I've just started writing my newest spec script, my new feature movie that who knows what will ever happen with it. But I started writing it last night. It's something I've been researching and working on for a long time. It's something I'm very excited about. It is it's called Goodbye Norma Jean. It is the movie about young Norma Jean before she's Marilyn Monroe. Like her life before that. And it's an incredible life before she's Marilyn Monroe. And nobody's really focused on it. So I'm working on that. I'm very excited about it. So
Would you mind telling people what the levels for your Patreon and you'll actually help people with their scripts, and you do a lot more than just post.
Sure. So the easiest level is the $5 a month, which is like a cup of coffee, right? Which you come in and pretty much any post that I make, you can see. The next level is the $10, where there's a Q&A. I try to do it monthly. Sometimes it becomes every 6 weeks. It's when I have time. But people can submit to me personal Q&As about the industry, and I will respond to them. Then there's like a $25 level, which is then you get access to like my works in things like I have my 3rd novel. I'm putting out chapter by chapter every month. So people are seeing this novel that I've written that isn't published yet physically. They're getting access to it before it comes out. So you have behind the scenes there. And then after that, you have you have it in Canadian dollars. I know. Then after that, there's the highest tiers, which I have several. I've got surprising amount of people who are paying that, which is I get the 71 CA 142, which is $50 US or 100. The $50, you get everything I just described. Plus you get a half an hour consulting call with me every month where you can talk about anything you want, and you also get discounts on my consulting services. Same with $100, you get an hour monthly conversation with me plus a 50% discount on consulting. And so there's consulting services. So I have people who have screenplays, have books, have short stories, who come to me and I charge for my time and my analysis. And I've had at least 30 people on the Patreon so far submit things to me professionally, and I've given them feedback. Some of them have gone on to become now best-selling Amazon authors. Like one of my Patreon members gave me his book. It needed a lot of work. I consulted with him. He put it out there, and it became the #1 in his section on Amazon. He's a first-time published author, and he's now got a literary agent that came from that, right? And I do a lot with screenplays. I've got, I'm helping some people right now with their short films. So it's a way to actually get an actual Hollywood screenwriter's perspective. And the fact that people keep coming back and can I do another consulting session with you speaks for itself, that it's not me wasting your time. So yeah.
Definitely not. No. And those sessions are not affordable in a general way for someone walking off the street.
Screenwriters don't do them. I mean, you have script doctors, you'll have people, and I don't want to disrespect them, but there's people out there, you go to internet, you're like, can you read my script? And many of them have worked professionally as readers in a studio. They work at Universal, and they're the people that will read a script and send maybe you should look at it. And that's perfectly valid. They have real experience, right? But that's the experience of an actual person who makes money doing this, pays his bills doing this.
There's like a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have an executive job. I don't have a paycheck. I gotta sell these things or I can't pay my rent. It's all entrepreneurialism. And mass majority of professional working screenwriters do not consult to the general public. And if they do, they're charging $10,000 a pop, right? And I'm like, here, here's like, you got an hour with me is $100, right? I mean, look, some people have given me like 100,000 word novels, right? Which takes me like 2 months to read. And I've consulted on those, and that's expensive. That's like, well over $1,000. But if you're writing like a little screenplay, that's just a few $100, and no professional screenwriter does that. But I found that now, as a result, I've got, I have my friend who's now a published author, has a literary agent. I've got another young gentleman who became Patreon member and then did consulting sessions with script. His script has now, revised with my being really hard on him. He revised it, and he's winning awards at film festivals. And so it's I think worth people's time. You know what I mean? So yeah. So that's me. That's my plug.
You are the real deal, Kevin. No doubt about that.
Everyone's plug. I'm going to show.
Yeah. Walton, Dragonstorm, you've really changed course, and it's something that I'm so happy to see that you're getting success from, because you've helped a lot of people. So.
I enjoy it. I did not enjoy crashing and burning, but I did enjoy being able to put myself back together, and also while doing that, learning about myself and others, helping others. Come over to Lodonis Dragonstorm if you guys are interested, or if you have been through a narcissistic or toxic abusive relationship, and come hang out with my chat people over there. We look out for one another, give each other ideas, reinforce each other, all positive reinforcement, knock a head around here and there if you need it, because sometimes it takes a minute to break a trauma bond, but really it's all about growth, supporting one another, education, and introspection. I enjoy it greatly. You're right. It's been a complete different course correction. And thank you, Zax, for inviting me on, because other than streaming with Snowdub Music and Entertainment every now and again on Wednesdays, I really haven't been involved with the old community. But it's been good to see people. It's good to see Cameron, dude. Good to see you again, brother.
Well, Walton, Gerry, how can I follow your community? Do you have a link? Can you put it in the chat? Because let's be frank here. I live in LA, and 80% of the people I'm dealing with are narcissists in the industry I work in. Right? And in a real level, you have to learn how to navigate these characters.
You have to, and it's a tricky business, because you're dealing with people that have a disorder that allows them to live in an illusion with an inflated ego, a lot of grandiosity. And if you don't capitulate to the way that they see things, their worldview, then you are literally, if you don't know how to navigate that, you are subject to harassments, targeted harassments.
Well, you become a victim, and then they see that you're weak, that you can't respond. I have a little thing, because there's a cultural perception, to be very honest, people perceive Pakistani and Indian people as, oh, the little sweet Gandhi, he's harmless, he must be a vegetarian, right? He would not hurt a fly. That's what they think of us, and people mess with me in Hollywood. And my thing is, if you come at me with a knife, I come at you with a bazooka. You come at me once, I solve the problem, and there's never a problem after that. And then people learn, this guy ruined my life. I'm like, yeah, that's why you shouldn't have messed with me.
Yeah, the thing, And I'm glad that you have that ability. But some people who have been through relationships with narcissists, they don't have that strength. And some narcissistic personalities are grandiose. They become lawyers, they become cops, they become people in positions of power.
They work in Hollywood. They're executives.
That will leverage that power against you, destroy your character, and take you through the ringer. So, I mean, if you're interested in that kind of a healing space, please check me out there, Lodonis Dragonstorm. And I'm probably going to start streaming author Stephen Walton again here soon, getting my feet wet, and doing that as I get closer to the book release. I'm looking forward to showing you guys the chapters that I have finished, ready to present. And yeah, I'm just ready to get this thing done because I'm ready to move on to my sci-fi fantasy. But you guys have been waiting a long time for this, and I apologize for everybody that has been waiting. It's been a rough road last few years. No excuses. Going to get this done. Going to present it to you. The best representation of the grassroots backlash to our entertainments being used as a platform to espouse bigotry, hatred, and sexism while gaslighting you, the fans, and blaming their bad decisions and their bad creations on you, which is completely unfair. So thank you guys very much for being here. I am author Stephen Walton, the fandom menace historian, your historian, born in the chats of the High Council with my brothers and sisters fighting for our modern mythologies. And I'm also Lodonis Ravenwolf Dragonstorm, you seer and sage. Hail to my fellow survivors and thrivers of narcissistic abuse. Remember to wash your hands, wash your ass, be good to each other, and suffer no fools. Support your independent creators, guys. Very important. Thank you.
Thanks, Walton. And this is your book. This is how I knew you. This is how I met you, sort of, is through this. So,
yeah, man, that's volume 1. Rush job. Almost had it stolen. Guys, be careful. When you guys are working independents out there, be very careful. The guy that I was working with originally on this book, my editor tried to steal it. Got this. The following 4 volumes he thought was going to come out, all copywritten in Canada. The electronic versions, all copywritten. If I had released this book when it was originally supposed to be put out, I wouldn't even own my own book. Wow. So it was a rough road. I mean, some people put them on live streams and let them tell a sob story, but that's what narcissists do. So please, guys, when you're working in the independent sphere, be very careful to copyright your stuff, who you're working with, and just take the safe road, man. Protect yourself and your work so you do not become a victim of somebody trying to take something that you've worked so hard on. But I'm very thankful to everybody that's helped promote this and everybody who's worked with me on it. And volume 2 is going to be the epic conclusion. Got a lot of good people in that book from DJ Odyssey, Gary Nerdrotic, Sporky News Podcast, most of the Dark Council. Got a chapter focusing on Mark, the Gospel according to Mark with a C. Also got a chapter by Lord Doomcock. I can't wait to present this to you guys and show you the wonderful experience that happened from this grassroots backlash and the indie sphere that was built after it, which has still maintained a lot of the decent principles that we had in the first place, man. Helping each other rise, working with one another, helping channels to grow, and promoting independence. So that's those are wonderful positives, and I'm glad to see have thrived throughout the years. And oh, thank you, brother.
10K, baby. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother. Thank you very much.
Congrats, dude. That is awesome.
It is. Gary.
Yeah, it took a loss from a win, man. I'm sorry. We'll just take a loss. I'm sorry. Well, I got to preach this for a second. Take a loss and turn it into a win, guys. If you fall down, if you get broken, if you were targeted for harassment, no matter what the case is, if you didn't believe in yourself and you weren't able to see the signs of somebody using you, realize that you can always come back. There is always a redemption arc. If you believe in yourself, if you keep fighting, if you just incremental steps day by day, getting out of bed, doesn't matter how far you were driven down, how much you were abused financially, mentally, emotionally, legally, whatever it is, you can get past it. Believe in yourself, keep pushing, and attract positivity. Believe in yourself. That's the most important part, guys. No matter what you've been through, you can come back up from it. You just got to work through it incrementally every day. Believe in self, love yourself, be a better friend to yourself. Sorry, I had to preach on that. Hell, thank you, guys.
No, I love it.
It's an important message. Thank you.
Yes, it is. It's very important. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, brother.
And Gary, you've done some stuff.
Yeah. I've I created a best-selling graphic novel, Code Word Geronimo. I worked on Army of Two, the A-Team, just some silly little things I worked on over the years. I piss people off because I don't like Hollywood people for the most part. Cameron is in that handful of Hollywood people I fucking love.
I'll take it.
I work for Dale Dye. I'm the artist for Warriors Incorporated and Warriors Publishing. I do all the. In fact, if you scroll down, I've done close to about 100 books now for Warriors Publishing, including all the covers for I'm the official cover artist for Shake Davis. Some nice things said about me by IDW, Dale Dye, and Bruce Campbell. Yes, I know Bruce Campbell. He's a dick. Yeah. I'm one of the few people that's insulted him back because he's trying to get snarky with me. And I just decided that night I'm going to fuck with him all night at dinner because we were eating at a Chinese restaurant in Illinois. They stayed open late just for us. We were the only people in the restaurant. And Bruce, one of the final shit on moments is when he said, yeah, I'm moving to Ashland, Oregon, getting the hell out of that rat race in California. I said, yeah, there's a lot more room for your ego to grow.
No.
That's true.
But
This is
that's
Gary's
me.
Amazon.
I've worked in a lot of it's like
It's kind of famous.
My pride and joy is actually, doing the pop culture thing. And I've transitioned, by the way, Cameron. I'm just not interested in talking about movies, news anymore. I'm so tired of it. The negativity that goes with it. So predominantly all we do is talk about great films and great TV shows.
Oh, well, that's what we need. I mean, that brings out excitement. People are like, hey, I love that too. I didn't know
our viewership has doubled since we started doing the positive, proactive stuff. My viewership's doubled. I just hit a point where, because Mikey Sutton, when he died, I lost all interest in it because that broke my heart. We were close,
and he was always
friends.
positive.
And
he was always positive,
always so positive. And he would, but I'm going to tell you something. Nobody could give me a stroke like him. I thought I was going to have a heart attack or a stroke one night at 1:00 in the morning. He starts texting me, Henry Cavill out, Gal Gadot out. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you messaging me this shit? And then he dies and he fucking has a stroke and dies. And I'm just like, God bless America.
That's awful.
I miss him so much. YouTube misses him. Because he was great. We introduced him. Keith and I introduced him to the world. And I was just so proud of that. And we're just a little show, but we're the number one in the whole Missouri region. That includes the states that touch us. Nobody touches our numbers, and I'm happy about that. But look at the fucking movies I'm talking about now. This Halloween, I've got Halloween planned out. Rockula, American Werewolf in London, another forgotten classic, Innocent Blood. I love that movie.
You're frighteningly
Tom and I
organized,
do
Gary.
a show every 2 weeks. Tom Connors, which I hope you guys mended. I got so upset when you two got upset with each other because I love
we'll move
both
on
of you
from that,
so
brother.
much.
We'll move on, brother. I'm glad you love him. God bless.
Yeah, just he and I talk about once a month we do a show. But my girlfriend actually does a lot of shows with me, and she made this fun for me again.
Nice.
The only thing I can't get her to do. I don't know if you know her. That's Vicky Rhodes. She's worked on a lot of movies. Color Purple, Three Amigos, Blade Runner was her first movie, and we are dear close friends. And boy, you should meet her. I think you two would hit it off. She's going to be our guest this weekend on Three Amigos.
That's great.
And she's just
awesome.
a wonderful, positive agent of good in the world. And tomorrow, technically tonight, now it's 1:00. We're doing the birthday celebration of Clint Eastwood, followed by it's 80s Fright with Fanzine, and we're going to be talking about Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, every month I pick a celebrity that I want to really focus on, and Clint Eastwood's the one for May.
All right.
That's it. And I'm working on
That's a lot. That's a lot. And I'm very proud,
Gary.
I'm proud of your evolution. I mean, look, the direction you're in is your true character, right? You've always been above the fray, and I'm glad that you're focusing on that, and it's bringing you blessings.
Well said.
Amen to that, brother. And I want to have you on. We got to have you back on and talk about a movie. It'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe something you worked on. I don't know.
Yeah, well, Facebook me just to tell me what stuff you got. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, we're friends on Facebook, so fuck all y'all.
Yeah. Lady B, last but certainly not least. What's going on with you? White folks, you're getting married.
That's good.
I'm
That's
getting
coming.
married. I'm making all the good life changes are coming in. I think, like, that was really weird to hear somebody say, like, things that have going on in my life. It's a lot
absolute proof that
cycles
you know how
have
to
been
have good sex.
broken, new things happening, and it's weird. It's like I have a lot of creative energy in me, but I just feel like right now it's incubating. It's not ready to come back yet. I feel like when my life is like calmed down a little bit, it'll come back. But I feel like the negative energy drain of the culture where it's very like it's an energy vampire. It's a lot of bad vibes. It keeps you at this low vibration. It makes you not feel good every day. You're always angry. It's just it's a bad mindset. So I gotta like try to figure out something that I want to do. I really like books a lot. I'm kind of tired of talking about the film industry, mostly because I haven't been in it for a long time, and it was something that was bad for me, so I had to get out of it. And I like books though, and I was thinking,
it pulls you down.
Yeah, I was really thinking about going back to doing like books that I liked when I was a kid and talking about things and showing picture books and stuff like that. Like I had a really good time. I did what was it called? The Father Christmas letters, and I just read.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was so fun, and I really like showing people this, and I was excited about this. And I do like doing chill streams with people, and like we just talk about Tolkien with like 4 people that I randomly met through doing the Silmarillion stuff, and that was really fun. I had a great time. I mean, I'll probably keep doing Wheel of Time stuff because I feel very passionate about that series, and there's a lot of people defending it. But like, I just so many things are just too down.
I would have written the better version. You know that.
Yes, I know. And we love that.
I didn't know the books. I would have written a better version.
To that all the time. What we could have had. It was so awesome. But yeah, I don't know. I just got to get through the next couple of months and 8 weeks until I get married, and hopefully then I'll have a little bit more energy for stuff. Yeah. I'm doing a lot of stuff in real life too. Like I'm very involved with the master gardening programming and just doing that. Like I gave a tour of like the greenhouses to 40 elementary school kids, and that was really awesome to have some like in-person interaction and the good energy. That's really good. And I have my own garden too. And then I'm helping the guys with the white cloaks too. I do food and vegetables mostly, but I have a lot of different kinds of gardening stuff. I became a master gardener this year, and we do.
Well, no, it's wonderful because you can be self-sufficient, right?
Yeah, that's my goal. Like, it's been my goal, and I'm always helping the guys at White Cloaks too. We got a lot of stuff going on there too.
Have you ever tried growing lentils?
I have not.
Lentils grow fast. They're very easy, and it's an incredible protein source.
Yeah,
like
they're really good. It's one thing I just don't have space for. I did get a garden. No, I fought the HOA here. We tried to have a garden in our like little yard that we have, and they're like, F you. And we just said F you. And then our friends are like, hey, why don't you put your garden boxes in our yard? So we spent like a week moving all of that. It was kind of traumatic emotionally. And I feel very connected. Gardening is a spiritual thing for me. And I feel very connected to the earth. And to have that back, even though it's 20 minutes across town, means the world to me, and I feel like whole because there's stuff growing and I have my energetic connection to these plants that I've been raising since January. So
that's great.
It feels good. Yeah.
Zen only comes when you're doing the things that you love.
Absolutely. I agree. And so I'm not so busy right now with the YouTube stuff, but I am glad to be here every weekend or week and night, and I really appreciate all my friends here, and thank you for the support, everyone, and it's awesome being here.
And so Lady B also has some amazing original ideas. Like she does things differently on her channel than most other people. And like I've never finished a Silmarillion on my own. I've tried many times. I've got it on audio book. I struggle with it.
Well, it's like reading the entire Bible. I mean, it's
like it took me a long time to finish that, and we had some great discussions. And I made some. I think the best part for some of that were some of the discussions we had, but also just making the intros.
Oh yeah,
yes, it's just so funny.
Well, I mean, you look at this thing, and then you look at the Rings of Power, and you're like, oh my god, how could you take this thing and get?
Yeah, to this it's like it's not even the same, and that's probably the funniest thing about it. So, but
we're gonna stay positive.
Yeah, I think my next thing is probably gonna go through. Let's read fun like books as I read as a kid, like
You know, I'd love to do like a Little House on the Prairie. Like, have you ever? I mean, I love those books as a kid. Little House on the Prairie,
so
right?
Yeah.
You know, it's like now they're controversial. You know, like poor Laura Ingalls Wilder was canceled during the height of this nonsense. You know, because she had some stories that were considered disrespectful to Native Americans. I'm like, she's a settler in the West in the 1880s. Of course, she's going to have perspectives
Judging
on
the
Native
past with
Americans
modern
that don't share our
eyes.
values today. That's how they thought in those days. They saw Native Americans as a threat to them. That's how they saw. It's authentic.
I don't.
It's out there, but her books are incredible.
So I want to give you more credit because you made some really. When you talked about that idea with him, like, okay, well, that's going to be great, but it really was great, and you made it entertaining, interesting, and you built a show out of that because it's something you cared about. And the same thing with the Christmas letters from Tolkien. You made that into something that was awesome for everyone.
That was really cool. I did it for my mom because it was our first Christmas apart, and she watched the whole thing and she had no idea what I was talking about. She's like, oh, she's very moved. So that was a really magical thing. And I don't know. I just think that's fun. I like positive stuff like that. It makes me happy. So
nice.
We'll be more of that in the future.
Well, one of the great things about a book YouTube is that the reality is books survive time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact is, if we're talking about the Silmarillion, or we're talking about Little House on the Prairie, or we're talking about some of these wonderful children's books that you've talked about, they've survived the test of time. Much of the things we're grumbling about in Hollywood won't survive the test of time.
We won't remember.
And so why focus on them? These things have survived for generations for a reason.
Yeah.
True. Yep.
Absolutely.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, chat. You guys have been hanging out all night. This has been a fantastic show. I want to do this monthly if possible.
Yeah, you keep saying that, buddy.
No, I mean it.
I'm available.
Cameron. I really do. I mean
available. I love this kind of stuff because I don't get to talk about this stuff with anybody else.
We're doing it, Cameron.
I get bored talking about Kathleen Kennedy. I want to talk about Jinn and paranormal stuff and time loops, and I want to talk about that stuff.
If you want the truth, actually, Cameron, is one of the reasons I haven't done it as much is because you're such a busy guy. I feel like I
ain't as busy as you think, brother. I wish I was busier. My bank account would reflect that. So I got some time right now. So
well, then I'm taking advantage of it. So that's it. It's a done deal. No getting out of it now. For myself, subscribe here, like this stream, and please sub to the people who are here. Description, all their links are involved in that, including their Twitter. And like for Walton, he's got his 2 channels. They're both doing great. And check out Cameron's Patreon. And for myself, back on Saturday night with Circle of Jerks. So if you know that show, you like that show. And it's different. And I got some good clips for you guys. For that one, it's going to be fun night. So Saturday night, 11:30 Central, Circle of Jerks. Thanks, everyone. And with that, I have a special outro song for you. You've been here before. You all know it. It's an earworm. So get ready for it. Here we go. Thanks, everyone.
Respect to the trans community.
Right here.
Fuck you, transphobes.
Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for we're going in. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for we're going in. Transphobes, show your fucking mouth. I'll knock you out. I'll knock you out. Transphobes, show your fucking mouth. I'll knock you out. You better watch out. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for we're going in. Trans people are my friends. Transphobes gon' catch these hands. Trans people are my friends. So respect them for we're going in. Trans people are my friends. Everyone.